Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and those who have yet to make up their minds. Welcome. I love that line. Sorry, I've been very musical theatre this weekend, and that's a quote from a show. Yes, sorry, I've already derailed. Hello, welcome to the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Before we get on with tonight's broadcast, of course, we have a few things to cover. First of which being, if you want to support the show, you can do so by becoming one of our wonderful Twitch subs, joining us on Patreon, or I'm going to hammer this one home more than I do the others this time around. Please, if you want to help us out and you don't want to do it monetarily, can't do it monetarily, please just consider sharing our tweets and liking our streams and sharing our videos and putting a comment on a YouTube video if you see it. Also, you can definitely go and listen to our Spotify soundtrack, Elendor Chronicles Volume 1. That's available wherever you can get music, but as well, but it's mainly on Spotify. And yeah, listen to the podcast versions if you miss one of the live shows. All right, gang. I'm conscious of time and want to get into it this time because also I know there's probably going to be a bit of shopping at the beginning of today's episode. So let us go and start with today's episode. So, we left off last session with a couple of revelations and a couple of requests, but more so recently. Our party have been at the cusp of a very difficult investigation. They've been tracking a cult that had infected the Nardathel for probably close to a month now at this point, with it culminating in almost disaster. After saving the Queen, the Heir Apparent, and others, the cultists felt pressured to enact part of their plan. The citadel of Gervalu, where most of the investigation was taking place, was overthrown and quietly infested with an unknown pathogen, turning some of those within it to mindless creatures. Others were torn apart at the seams. But the quick work of Ruby, Breton, and Valymr managed to slow the bleed and protect the majority of the VIPs involved. However, a few were dragged down to the under tunnels, into the crypt of the Sept, deep into the oldest parts of the castle, where Breton discovered a ritual that ripped a hole not only in the fabric of the world around them, in the nature of the castle walls and the Sept itself, but shot up into the atmosphere and begun an apparent apocalypse. That being said, the quick action and the somewhat ballsy actions of the party did manage to save every single VIP that was being sacrificed. But the other effect of the ritual could not be stopped in time. With things quietening down-ish, as quiet as an apocalypse can be, the party decided they needed more answers, and to check in with other allies elsewhere, with Gervalus stabilized and back under firm control, with the cult dealt with for now. They returned to Rechin, the capital of Legerung's land, a close ally in the Iron Duke. And they reported to him, getting confirmation that a ritual to create a new Cosmium item to be used as a seal could be completed. But the ritual itself would not create this item into a seal. In fact, it would need to be utilized and broken in another way. You also learn that many of the existing seals had been threatened or neutralized by the astral pariahs, those who had set themselves to uphold the order of the universe, to enact the will of the planes on the most neutral of scales, were getting involved. What that meant, though, is still in question. Now, we left off with you being shown a nice new skyship and with a request going in for as much support as Legrand's land could give you. We'll get onto that in a moment, but first, I need to offer you the chance to get yourselves some inspiration. So my question this week, fair adventurers, is how many state religions in Elendor have the hero at the top of the pantheon?
2 or 3.
I think just one's the Rhiannian.
How many state religions have the hero at the top of the pantheon?
Or at least a key part of the pantheon, I will say then.
I still think it's just the Rhiann.
Are you talking about how many religions have it, or how many states have
State religions.
State religions. I will allow you guys to confer heavily, and I will wait to get a verbal answer.
Legrand's land does, the Rhiann does, and then there's that little statelet that's by the ocean, by the water in the north of the Rhiann, that I've forgotten the name of.
Spinabo?
Spinabo, yeah. So that's 3.
The Eladrin Empire, I don't believe, pays homage to him because they see him as a different figure. That's Eladrin's deal. Nardafell worships the Chevalier. I don't know if they pay direct homage to the king that never was.
Technically, the Bastillion Theocracy did.
Yeah. And like we've touched a little bit on like the worship of the Platinum Dragon and such, but I don't think there's ever been a mention of like where does the hero come into the concept of like Atria, and there are places we've never been to. We don't know. Do the dwarves worship the hero at all? Like there's a lot of places we've never been.
There's also a difference between, he's part of it, like we like him and all that, and being the literal top of the pantheon as well.
Yep.
If I had to say where is he on the top? Like, the Bastillion Theocracy is one because he's the seat of their worship there. That they believe that's where he came from. The Rhiann is also one because he's the top of the 9 lights. We haven't been to Korzak. We haven't been to so many places. It's hard to say. My guess would only be the 2 that we've seen, because I can't.
I think Spinabo is probably there as well. And they were vassals to the Eladrin, but they were still religiously, the same as the Rhiann, right?
Spinabo is the one that's attached to the Rhiann, but a part of it, separate from it, right?
Yes, it's the one that's kind of.
Isn't that also the place that the influence of the king that never was is not significant, because that's where it was believed that many of the forbidden cults congregated. Because like when we were looking into like where do these Nullian cults, like where are they congregating, and that place kept coming back like, yeah, the presence of the king that never was isn't there. They like that place.
A few places like that. I will say, Lambert, you've made some very solid arguments for other regions. I will say that. So stick with that. But I need a. Do you know what? I will be fair, and I'll let each of you guess a number.
I'm going 3.
Going 3.
Brienne and Vistilian Theocracy and Legrand's Land is what I'm going with.
Legrand's Land, I don't know what Legrand's Land's faith is. It's not something that you really delve into there. They're not really a faith-based country as far as we've been able to see.
They do have a church though.
But assumedly they would have their own state-based religion. So
you're going 3. I'm not going to tell you if you're correct or not until I get an answer from everyone.
Assuming that is correct, I'm just going to say 4, assuming that there is a place that we have not been to or something we're forgetting that also prioritizes him.
Okay.
Because I wasn't even thinking, I would not have thought Legrand's Land would be part of that. And
Beth, you're going 2. Okay.
Legrand's Land, not Legrand's Land, the Rienne and the Vistilian Theocracy are the only 2 confirmed.
Okay. So, the actual answer is the following. You have the Riennian Empire.
Mm-hmm.
The Church of Legrand's Land.
Okay.
And if we're talking head of the faith, the only other one is the Azdakian Caliphate.
Which we have never been to.
Which you have never been to.
So what's the
The Vistilian Theocracy follows the Chevalier. It was so the state religion there is the same as the Chevalier. He's revered and they protect it, and some of the holy orders are of the Rienne, but the ones in power right now are
dead.
Nardithelian.
Yeah,
or dead. So it's one of those things of I because you asked, you rephrased it, of like how many pantheons he's in. He's in so many of the pantheons, but where he's actually head of the pantheon is those 3. He's a major part of the Chevalier though, so you could count those 2, which would take it to 5, but we'll go with 3. And one of you guessed 3, so we'll stick with it. Hey, well done, guys. A little bit of legend lore, that's all it takes at the beginning. So you do get your this week's inspiration. Second point of order is last week you guys put in a request for Legrand's Land to go through and see what they had. Some luck rolls were rolled, and I can give you a certain list of items that you might be able to get.
Looking at if our party loot is our party sheet is accurate, we're sitting at around 10,000 gold pieces in the party loot.
I've got 180 platinum.
It does count. Party loot is a hard one to look at unless you've done like self-calculation, because it does take into account character sheets that are inactive. For example, it will take Zep's money and like
are you sure the party sheet looks at anybody's money? Because
if I change my money, it doesn't change on the party sheet.
Oh, fair enough. Then it's okay. Yeah, sorry. I have a button where I can see the entire gold wealth of everybody. So I thought you were referencing that, but no, party sheet is accurate for
I don't
party
think we see
gold.
that. Yeah. What goodies do we have?
Trinkets and baubles.
Right. So.
I'll be back.
No worries. So I gave you a list of healing potions, correct? Last time, that's already been done.
We didn't get a list, but we got several.
Yes.
It was 1 superior and 9 greater. Or sorry, 3 superior, 9 greater.
Yep,
1 superior
I think
each.
those have already been handed out.
Yeah,
those were already given out.
Okay. They've also found, or they've requisitioned, 1 potion of speed.
List of this.
4 potions of heroism.
Do like those.
Pretty nice.
And 3 potions of vitality.
I don't remember what those do.
They purge like debuffs and stuff from there. They work like a great restoration.
Oh, cool.
So it's like deafness, blindness, poison, stuff like that.
It removes exhaustion as well.
That too.
But no diamonds to be had anywhere in the city.
For 24 hours, when you roll hit dice, instead of rolling the hit dice, you just regain the maximum amount.
There is one diamond worth 250 gold pieces. But yes, diamonds are heavily short right now.
Oh, that does me absolutely nothing.
We have 9/10 of a spell.
Or does it need to be?
It's 300 gold pieces.
Anyone have any jewelry? Can we go? Can we go like raid the?
I'll still take it.
1% of Legrand's land.
Because I want. I can still use greater restoration.
As for items, a lot of combat staffs are already out, shall we say. The Arcanists have a lot of things have been, requisitioned for the war effort, so we're on the dregs of the dregs at this point. That being said, I have pulled a couple of magic items with the luck rolls, etc., that were available, and the time spent and who's requesting, that might be of some utilization and use. The first of which is a Voyager staff.
What does that do?
So a Voyager staff
It's got teleport on it.
is it's a magic staff, requires attunement. It's a very, very rare item. You gain +1 attack. You get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic quarterstaff. When you hold it, you gain +1 bonus to spell attack rolls as well. It has 10 charges. While holding it, you can use 1 action to expend 1 or more of the staff's charges to cast one of the following spells from it. Using your spell save DC, Banishment, Blink, Misty Step, Pass Wall, or Teleport. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily. If you expend your last charge and roll a d20 on the 1, the staff vanishes.
That'd be pretty useful. We're needing to teleport all around the place right now.
That's...
You teleport once. Until it rest.
Sure, but once a day is still pretty useful. Save spell slots.
How many charges total was it?
10.
Okay. So it's once a day guaranteed, and then it's a potential recharge once a day.
Yep.
How many charges was it to teleport?
7.
7.
It's not worth it.
If it's 1d6 plus 4, then you can guarantee teleport twice, but then after that, your you're at 1 charge and you have to roll high enough to be able to teleport, and then you're risking a d20 of that thing is just gonna disappear.
It's not worth the spell slots.
The other item, the other item I've managed to pull is a magic ring called the Ring of Arcane Refocus, which requires attunement by a spellcaster. On a failed spell DC, you can use a bonus action to retain the spell slot. So, for example, if you cast Banishment and the opponent succeeds, meaning your spell fails, you can use a bonus action and take back that spell and don't lose the spell.
Counterspell, it fails. Bonus action, keep the spell slot.
Yes, but you'd be casting counterspell
You can't
as a reaction,
counterspell on. Yeah.
which wouldn't be on your turn.
Counterspell's a reaction, not on your turn.
I mean, you can do a reaction on your turn, but it would mean you wouldn't be able to do it when you're casting counterspell not on your turn. Sorry.
If you allow it, but a lot of wording. Reaction spells don't take place during the economy of a turn because they're reactions. But if the DM will let it happen, the DM will happen.
I think we've done it before that we can on your turn.
Yeah,
you can counterspell. I'm saying that because in the same logic, you can't cast 2 leveled spells on your turn, but a reaction's not a spell during your turn. It's a reaction.
I think it was a case of what does the spell that you're doing precedes, because I said you can't. I think it was like if they both had verbal components, or like you can change your semantic components, but to change the wording would break the first spell. So that's when it didn't work. I can't remember exactly the ruling we did. It was a while ago that was a use case. But yeah, so that's something that's up for grabs right now. They also, the Iron Duke also manages to get you guys some gold as well for your journey as well, just to help Grace Palm. So an extra 1,000 gold pieces.
Put that in the party loot.
But
we can do.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
The ability for them to be able to pull a lot of good stuff without a lot of time to create something isn't there right now. The city is tapped.
Sir?
You know, we need to go. We can go to the Emporium.
On the topic of the armor, were they able to upgrade my armor to adamantine?
Did you decide how you wanted to do it? Are you taking measurements and coming back, or are you just?
I mean, I'll take the measurements, then go shopping, come back.
You're going for the half plate version. Yeah. Okay. So that'll be 12 hours. Okay. So if you are going to go to Eladrin, you could always come back for it, or depends what how long you guys are spending in the city.
So that's a. Sorry, finish.
I was going to say we'd probably end up spending around about that or close to that, shopping and all that before we leave anyway, right?
2 hours looking around town before we head out might not be too far off, especially if we're really scrounging for everything, which I imagine Ruby is intent on finding something, but the city has just got nothing for us.
Shit happens. We go raid Zort's Emporium later.
I was going to say, Zort's Emporium is an idea. I don't know what to expect from that place right now, because that place was already a dimensional nightmare, and now that the dimensions are getting shaky, I don't know what to expect from that place.
I also can't get there today without spending a scroll.
They've got multiple locations.
Is there not a Zorps in Legrand's Land?
Specifically?
I don't remember if there was or not. Give me a moment.
I know Compound's got one, but
I know
We still have to bring a
Compound's got
spell
one.
storing for the day, so we should be able to teleport circle somewhere too.
I think there is, because I remember when we went to the one in Compound, there was an item that was requested that needed to be yeeted from another place, and I'm fairly sure the other place it was yeeted from was Legrand's land. Was Reshin.
I don't remember
But,
if
I
it's
mean-
Reshin or if it's actually where Zep's from. I think it's where Zep's from, actually. Either way, there is also the Pocket Zorb, which is for their gold card customers. It's a card that allows you to dimension door to Zorbs.
As one does. But you have to stay there, you can't return.
No. It's like it's like for the VIP customers, you know. You guys never made it to the VIP customers list.
I got turned into a Zorb. I feel like that counts.
Exactly why you're not on the gold card list.
Breton, I don't think, has been there yet, and Zedaar is morally opposed to the idea of slavery, so he refused to shop there.
It's totally fair.
Yeah.
Or so is Ruby, but you know.
I mean, so Breton is too for that point, but Zedaar is a less bigger picture guy.
Here's a question. I know in like general D&D lore, dark elves, they do kind of do the whole slavery thing. What about the dark elves in weren't they like wasn't slavery banned by Eladrin at some point?
Yep.
And
Those who stayed
yeah.
loyal, slavery is not a thing.
Okay. Yeah,
Of
slavery
course,
sucks,
there are
guys.
some evil people that do it, but and also like the thing is with the Zorbs, it's only criminals. So like depends on where your line's drawn between slavery and working criminals.
Indentured servitude is indentured servitude.
Exactly. Zorb's in a good place. It's not a good place. It is. Oh boy.
But neither is Walmart, but people still shop there.
Shop.
Survive there.
I mean, this it's an option. How badly do we need this? I mean,
We could look around Reshin first. If I don't know, if Midge says there's a Zorps here, then great. If not, then
I
guess
feel like if there was a Zorps here, then the Iron Duke would have just told us you can always look there. Like, obviously, we can't just. The issue with Zorps is that we can't just be like, hey, the world's ending. Can this be dedicated towards the common good? It's more of, this is an extra dimensional entity. I imagine they're just like, yeah, okay, that sucks for your plane. Cash or credit.
Also, the world just turned to absolute nightmare fuel. I imagine quite a lot of people seeing the world turn to nightmare fuel would have gone to a shop to buy items of power.
It's the issue that you're running into with like this sort of thing is, especially in places like Legerung's land, it was already mandated that all like workshops and things give up most of their offensive spell items like for the war effort, because it's the first time Legerung's land itself has been to war in 200 years. So it's, a lot of things were called up and readied. So there hasn't been peace since. You have not had the economic bounce back yet.
Right.
Clearly, the second that all this started off, Zorp just put a sign on the door that said "closed" in the midst of a catastrophe. What, you have an extraplanar store that operates everywhere, closing a single location. Like, it hurts your business, but that way you're not handing over. Like, we are beyond the bounds of your country. You cannot just tell us what to do.
No, I'm just really sorry.
Zorps is no Waffle House.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, instead of a Waffle House index, does an Elendor have a Zorp index? Oh yeah, depends on if a Zorps is open. Depends on the degree of.
We can go shop at a Zorps. Just go see. There's one here, and we'll go see what they have. If it's been requisitioned, then we're going to see a lot of golems out front, I'm sure.
Okay, so Valymr, you head to the forges and get yourself measured up. The other two, you want to try and search the city again.
Look for a Zorp.
For reference, the potions that you listed off there, were those for sell or were those for
No, those were just. This was requisition.
Okay,
The Duke.
so those are being added.
He
Okay.
is formally kicked some doors and like asked every department basically.
I'll start adding those to the party sheet.
And like
out as they need to.
these 2 magic items, they are also yours. Like even if you're not. So you have the Voyager staff and the ring of, what did I call it? Arcane recharge or something?
Staff of Arcane Refocus.
Refocus.
Or the Ring of Arcane Refocus.
Ring of Arcane Refocus.
I'm full up on attunements, so I'm good.
It's still
Ruby,
useful to have.
Full up of spell storing. So I'm taking it off me.
Yeah. For example, it's still useful to have. Hence, like carrying that ring of spell storing. So.
Is it a ring or a gloves? I thought
No, they're gloves. Sorry, in D&D they are.
Oh, the item is ring, and
yes, it's been reflavored.
I popped it in the party sheet.
It won't let me add the potions of vitality to the party sheet, so you're gonna have to drag those out of the inventory yourselves.
And how many of them were there?
There were 3 in total, so that's 1 each. There's only 1 potion of speed.
Yeah.
So somebody's going to have to make a decision about that. For the potions of heroism, we can also each take one of those. I gave up one of the graders, so I'm going to take 1 extra of those, also because I love them.
I can't even find the bloody potions of vitality in the... Is it from a book that I don't have enabled or something? I'll just add a new item to my high sheet. Oh, my inventory. I can't. Sometimes this Fantasy Grounds is interesting.
It can be sometimes.
You can't add any items to the party sheet now. That's weird.
How many potions of heroism were there?
There were 4, and I was said everybody take 1. I'll take 2 because I gave up the extra greater healing.
Sounds fine to me.
And also because I love them.
Yeah. Okay.
It's worth saying twice.
I had 1 already, so I've got 2 now.
And then somebody can make a decision about what are we going to do with the potion of speed. Obviously, that is fairly useful in general. Potion of speed being just, it's haste you don't have to concentrate on for, I think, 10 minutes. I'll double check that, actually.
I think
for 1 minute.
That should probably go to somebody who concentrates on spells. Like, how useful would haste be for you, Ruby? You're muted.
It's not.
Oh.
It doesn't unless you can't cast a spell as a hasted action.
Nope.
Makes you faster. I think Ruby's the only person who can cast haste in the party, but also...
Yeah. I've got my own version of haste called a Chardalon Stride.
That sounds very special.
It's haste by a different name, but it works on myself. It doesn't give an extra action, and I can light people on fire when I run around, though.
Nice.
It does, however, stack with haste, so if I need to get somewhere in a hurry...
All right, well, do you want to roll for it?
I don't need
Can you teleport, Valymr?
I have Misty Step, I believe.
I don't.
Yeah, I have Misty Step.
So, when it comes to getting around the battlefield, I don't have any means to teleport.
Go for it.
Okay.
No, that's a good point.
It does the extra attack too, but also being able to dash as a hasted action is like I like going fast and I like getting into the fray. I don't have ranged engagement. Not my thing.
True. I have ranged Eldritch Blast, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, you take it.
All right. We can't drag over the Voyager staff and the just that ring of arcane refocus. I'm not going to use either of them, but for the sake of this, I'll just throw them on my character sheet so they're in an inventory. But if either of you want to use them, just let me know. They're yours to grab.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, would the staff of free teleport, if we're not under any time pressure, it can be a case of we'll attune to it to do the teleport and then unattune to it and go back to whatever the previous item was, like afterwards.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that's all of that divvied up.
I have got to be right back. Just a moment. Sorry.
No problem. Okay, so Valymr is getting himself measured up anyway. So, Ruby and Breton, will you give me a... I was going to say investigation. But I'll be a benevolent guy. Give me a persuasion check to just ask around the city for directions, etc.
If I just cast locate object on the Zorp's Emporium sign.
19.
19.
And a kitten.
But yeah,
Behold,
I don't think that's
a kitten.
Right. It's a do.
Oh.
Who does not want to be held.
No, they do not.
You got in front of me. You get the scritches. Hello.
Oh, sorry, I've been melted. Oh.
Don't let that look.
Cocking balls on her face.
Don't let that look deceive you. She is a monster of murder.
Oh, really?
She would turn you into cold cuts if you gave her half the opportunity.
She is, for lack of a better term, a hooligan. Anyway, a 19 on the persuasion.
Okay.
I would have helped her on that too if you wanted to roll with that with advantage.
Sure.
Well, I don't think it will change much. It goes.
It did.
Either way, the answer is the same. Is that yeah, there used to be one, but the store vanished.
Of course it did.
And eventually, if you do go, you are pointed to. Have you ever seen someone tear down a building in the middle of like a row of shops?
It's just Howl's Moving Castle, where the second that he leaves Howl's, like it's just a vacant lot that where the store was.
Yeah, it's exactly that, but it's like in the middle of a row of shops. There's like you see like some of the piping from like the neighborhood next, like the buildings next door, and there's just sheer missing building.
It was to be expected. It's fine. Once we make contact with Eolus and we move on from there, we're heading to Atria. Atria should be removed from the war effort, so assuming they haven't closed up shop on Elendor altogether, there should be something to find there. I mean, these orcs are everywhere, right?
Theoretically.
Okay. Is there a different type of shop or anything you want to try and find in the city, or are you just trying to look for other arcane places, anything of that sort?
Are any jewelers still intact? Not looking for diamonds, just actual jewelers.
Jewelers?
Or have many of them also been converted to the...
Give me a luck check.
Luck. 6.
You head through the market district for a little while, and you do find a few jewelers, but it's a case of so many of you're looking through, and like window displays that would have been filled with rings, etc., are sparse at the moment, and there's you very quickly inquire that the haul from a lot of the mining, not only is there a shortage on diamonds,
precious metals are also going to
precious metals, gems, a lot of them are being requisitioned, but also it's a case of actually some of the veins are going dry right now. Seems like gemstones are...
With a single luck roll, Breton has single-handedly decimated the future economy of Lakern's land.
No, it's just one of those... They're lessening right now for some reason.
All right. 'tis no big. I guess we just take the 2 hours, because we know that's how long Valymr's going to take, and then we can make our way back to the keep and get ready to move on.
Okay. You can take a stroll through the city. You know what? Both of you just give me a perception check.
I got better at this.
I'm just looking for wild rumor, etc.
14.
9.
Okay.
It's a great start for our rolls, guys. We can move on from the D10 now.
The streets are still relatively bare. Like the last couple of times you've been here, it's gone from a very vibrant city to a very people are only leaving the house when they have to. Even though Reshin itself has only been attacked once, people are so nervous. You do hear word, however, and you overhear this from a couple of Star Legion that are talking just offhand. You hear people talking about that a bit of a local black market has become very, very prevalent. And there's one of the Star Legion is like, yeah, we checked Herschel's Herschel's florists the other day, and despite those suspicions, they're keeping it very well hid. There was not enough to go on to make an arrest. That's what you get in what you overhear in conversation.
What do you say, Brett? You feel like buying me some flowers?
I feel like that's a very loaded question, but how can I say no?
Okay. After a little bit more walking around the city, you do see a sign for what seems to be a florist by the name of Herschel's Florist.
We'll go in.
There's a little bell that chimes as you enter through the door, and it's a like medium to not luxury but middle class establishment. There's a lot of seasonal flowers actually. Also, there's a couple of displays of more out of season flowers being like almost not hydroponically but as kind of kept to that, where they've been obviously grown in like a acclimatized situation. So it's like there is a pretty good selection of flowers, and you see a small gnomish individual tending to some of the plants.
Good morning, Vigits. Hello.
He turns around. He's a little sort of somewhat scraggly, somewhat wiry-haired gnome with very like deep purple eyes. It's kind of like a really dark blue to them, and he's like, guten Morgen. Hello. How may I help you all? Some 5 flowers for the nice lady, good sir.
As a start.
We are getting married ere long.
Oh,
and have
congratulations!
As early as tomorrow.
And have quite a fair amount of coin we're looking to spend on this particular thing. And are absolutely looking for the best of the best of the best. And right now, that's kind of a limited selection. No offense. We heard you have a unique selection of things. Miles.
Make a...
He's gonna cradle her in really close too. He's gonna try and aid in this persuasion. Just why not?
Yeah, make a...
My favorite joke of this campaign right now. It's like, yeah, it's tomorrow. It's gonna happen tomorrow. Because as soon as the sun comes up.
Yeah, make a persuasion check. I'm gonna try and roll this guy's insight.
22.
Okay. Okay. Oh well, I'm. Whoever's been talking about this place, well then I'm glad that you think so. We have a really nice selection of wedding bouquets and floral arrangements. Give me a moment. I've also got a catalog and I can show you what we could grow into. Did you say it's going to be a quite soon affair? You get the impression that he didn't quite get your inference.
Taking a deep breath.
You were so persuasive, he wasn't insightful enough to realize.
My good man. She'll drop the facade of pleasantness and go straight to business.
Mm-hmm.
My party and I are trying to save the world. Majority of the local magic shops and blacksmiths are overworked, underpaid, and out of stock. I'm looking for the things that other shops might not have.
Make another persuasion with advantage.
21.
We've evolved to D12,
Going around
guys.
10.
My
Excuse me.
Saving the world and a wedding.
We keep busy.
Oh, you should. I don't even want to tell you about my week. It has been
Right this way. And you see in the corner there's like a small like a bay leaf like tree, and he pulls the stem of the branch, and behind the counter, a door opens. Follow me.
We'll follow along.
Okay.
We'll try to follow along. I don't know how he's gonna depending on the size of this. If this is gnome-sized, how well does he fit?
It's made so that Warforged can also fit in, so
Okay.
you're fine. Whilst there are some gnomes in Legron's land, the majority of the beings here are giant 7-foot steel men. So naturally, even secret chambers have to be quite large.
Black market, very accommodating to the police force here.
Hey,
Accessibility options available.
Not every Warforged is a member of the
Regulation.
Regulation.
Fire. It's fire regulation, right?
And yet their airships, no accommodation. The Warforged aren't allowed to fly the skies.
Too heavy. Have you baggage allowance? Counts.
50 euros for the extra Warforged.
Warforged now banned from flying with Ryanair. Anyway, and you're led into what looks to be a converted like growing room. Looks like it's used to have like a lot of, like I said, like almost hydroponics in it. But you see crates upon crates of not only like necessity goods, so like flour, sugar, imported wine, stuff like mix of everyday stuff and luxuries. He then takes you to like one side where there's a wall of, say, it's like racks upon racks of like, you see ammunition, you see what looks to be like something that you recognize to be like bullets and bullet casings and gunpowder, kept quite separately, and things like that, as well as so a lot of just like, it's a wide mix of things. It says, well, if you're going to be attempting to do battle, I have a few things. If you're just looking for provisions, we can also sort that. But I've been able to acquire a few accoutrement.
Show me, please.
1 second. So, he goes through his list. So, he has a large number of scrolls. If you'd like the full list, he has a scroll of Blinding Smite, Fairy Fire, Fog Cloud, Incendiary Cloud, Plant Growth, Sanctuary, Thunder Wave, and Water Breathing.
Can I have that listed somewhere, please?
Yeah, I'll just what's it called? Screenshot this. I'll send it over. Make this easy. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
I think any of us have the ability to cast water breathing, and I don't think a scroll would help, which is all a moot point, because I think if we got that close to water, Valymr would.
He has his cloak regardless. I don't think we need that one.
Most of this we already have access to, unless you feel particularly gifted and want to both blind and burn individuals with extreme. Can't think of a word for it.
Prejudice?
Well, prejudice implies that you hate the individuals you're dealing with. Efficiency. Animosity.
He has some other
minimal
items.
Scroll, you're not using spell slots
as well.
Again, Midge, sorry.
He has some other items as well. He also has a topaz ring of resistance.
Lightning resist.
I believe is radiant.
Oh.
He has a robe of useful items.
If we were level 5, that would be an amazing item.
Wait, no. How much is it? Do we know what patches are on it? Sorry, this is a deep cut to a game where we ran, where the DM was selling robe of useful items, but one of you bought them, you rolled to see what was on them, and it was possible to roll that the robe had more money in the robe than you paid for the robe. It was magic item gambling.
He has a wow. That's one hell of a freaking roll up. He has a Dragon Slayer's rapier.
That would come in handy.
I can't. To acquire attunement.
No. Dragon Slayers don't require attunement. They're a +1 weapon that when you hit a dragon with it, they take an extra 3d6 damage.
Not bad.
We are immediately about to go to the conclave against the dragons.
How much for the rapier?
Well, that is it's a pretty penny. For you, let's say 5,000 gold pieces.
And how much for my silence?
I'm sorry?
Turns to look at him. The Warforged are onto you, are they not? That's how we found out about you.
Are you threatening me?
No. I'm offering you a chance to make the right decision. Saving the world against unending threats of dragons and cosmic horrors for, say, 4,500 gold instead of 5,000.
It takes a lot to deal in such trying times.
I am extraordinarily aware of how trying these times are. Regardless of our current trades and histories and feelings about one another, you live in the same world that I do, and I want to keep it from ending. As I'm sure you would like to keep on living. Not implying that I'm going to kill you, I'm sorry. You would like to continue living on it as well. Work together.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage. I don't know you. I trusted you enough. I have had no trades for you. I trusted you enough to show you what I had in store. Call it curiosity, call it a small belief in what you are, in what you say is true. But simply, I cannot part with this for any less than the price affixed. I have already taken your efforts into calculation. But all I have is your word. And this goes as a way of assuring the deal.
She'll look towards Breton.
Breton has actually just been sitting here for the past, entire discussion, just, rubbing his forehead. We're going to a place where there's potentially going to be dragons. It could be useful. I also don't know how quickly we intend for any of us to use a weapon like this. I've got the blade. I don't think Valymr is going to use it. He's got his halberd. So if this is something that you are going to use with...
I have Alex Gambit. If I'm fighting in melee range, something is extraordinarily already wrong. It's not worth banishing this little cretin, and it's not worth the fight.
Well then,
If only
this
we
all
could
you
have
have in
saved
stock?
this discussion for after he had shown us all of his stock.
Is this its entirety?
It is for you.
Yeah, Breton just leaves.
Thank you for your business.
She'll look around. Interesting space. Walk outside and go to the closest Warforged.
Okay. Yeah, are you looking for a member of the Star Legion?
Probably the two who were just talking about it.
Sure. Yeah, you can go over to them.
Says,
Yes, madam. Can I help?
you were right. He does have a back market shop inside of it. It's behind the bay leaf plant. Pull on the lever. I think she'll describe the spot.
Okay. You describe it. Thank
And she'll
you
keep
for
on walking.
thank you for your report.
You're welcome.
Okay. So are you two returning to the castle?
Yep. I don't have 5,000 gold to throw at a dinky little rapier anyway, so.
It's okay. Okay. So the three of you regroup. Valymr, you've been measured up. It's going to be another half day before you can collect anything, so.
No problem.
What do you guys like to do?
I can hear you scowling from there, Breton.
So how was your shopping trip? Did you get anything nice?
She holds up empty hands.
Oh, that's a shame.
Nobody had anything, and those that did were trying to rip us off.
End of the world, everyone wants to keep what they have.
We should move on. I think we spent enough time here already. You've gotten your measurements. We should make our way and meet with the Eolus.
Can I have your old breastplate, Valymr? The other adamantine one. Or is this upgrading a current one?
That's being turned into the half plate.
Okay.
Because half plate is just a breastplate with
Yeah.
added shoulders and greaves and such.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. The Iron Duke pulls out a couple of spell components from his table and begins to. Are you guys ready to go to? Are you ready to go?
Oh, excuse me. Say again?
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Very well.
How long it be before we return here?
I think that depends on us.
Yeah, I don't know. You have teleport. I will see.
Duke, the thing that you used before to send. Where were we at? I think we were at the. When we all got like captured on the sky ship, didn't he send something in this like cannon? The shot
No.
like, items across continent.
This was when we had landed, and I believe it may have been when we landed in Benumdum. He sent us the information on what he knew of the seals.
No, that was when you were at the like castle capital of Othray.
Was it that early? Okay.
Yeah, that was the Mac cannon thing was used when just before.
I remember the Breton and Zedaar were there. Was all I remember about
that
it.
That was in Othray. It had been used again.
It's on the island.
On the island,
To launch
but
the
it
attack
was
on it.
it sent an attack round.
Would I have some armor being fitted for me down in your forges? It's gonna be done in about less than a day or so. But if we're leaving now, would it be possible for you to pop that in your cannon of yeetage and send it
We can wait.
after time?
We can wait.
If you get me some accurate coordinates of a location, possibly there is a chance of damage.
That belt that Ruby's wearing count as accurate coordinates?
Have you heard of a phrase known as danger close?
There's the coordinates, plus or minus 100 meters.
Yes, but if you are in an encampment or...
True.
Yeah.
Collateral.
Yeah.
Valymr, why not just wait the 3 bloody hours instead of offering me up for tactical nuking?
I'm fine with that. It's if
teleport you into the bloody ocean.
If we want to wait.
Plane shift you to the plane of water, you
if you require another method of me getting the supplies to you, we can work that out. That
would be great.
It isn't the most accurate.
Okay.
And it is a draw on resources. It does not fire cleanly. In terms of, it's not an economical device. But in times
what
of
would happen if you hit a dragon at close range? When the city was under attack, did you use it against the dragons attacking?
There is a proximity in which we can't actually fire. The city is part of that proximity range.
Fair.
We are, as part of the attack plan on where we think the dragons are encamping, though we do have a barrage planned.
You lit up capsules full of beads of fireball.
Oh, no, we are going for something a little bit more... less primed to be resisted.
Clearly the plan is to just fill it full of a grape shot of potions of choking and sneezing, and we'll just make that place uninhabitable. The whole island.
Just got a white foss an island. God.
Yeah.
I think there's something to the idea that let's make a shotgun shell, but instead of it having pellets, it just has beads of fireball in it.
What, dragon's breath?
Yeah, I was trying to think of the. I mean, hey, it's very topical. If they want to, if we're fighting dragons, using dragon's breath against them is clearly the play.
Well,
but yeah, if you have
4 of the 5 of
a way
them,
of getting that to me, then great. If not, are we okay with waiting the half day until we go?
I thought we were under more urgency, but I guess if we're just gonna wait, then
it's up to you guys. Depends how time sensitive you believe.
The measuring was only supposed to take 2 hours, so there were 10 hours there.
Not the measuring was done in 2, and then the actual building of the item is going to take another 10.
So, are we gonna take a full day here and just let this go, or are we gonna go and actually use our day and try and be back here within a reasonable time frame of it being done?
I think it depends on whether we're coming back here. I mean, if he's got a way that he can bring it to me, then we should go now. Is that possible?
I am planning on teleporting you. I'm not coming with you. I am limited in the amount of times I can teleport per day. As far as I was aware, before the 2 hours ago that you did the fitting, you were going to go and come back.
We do need to come back for making a new seal anyway, so...
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that what the plan was? Yeah, okay. Then let's go.
Okay. He takes the components and begins to cast. Before you go...
Above table question a second.
Yes.
With this upgrade, am I still wearing the breastplate, or did that need to be left with
No, the way that you're doing it, you went with the half plate option, which was you went for measurements. They fit the rest around the breastplate, so you keep the breastplate right now. Yes.
I keep the breastplate.
The other option was you leave it for the same amount of time, but it just upgrades the breastplate, and you don't take the. You'd have to leave it behind for the time that it would be doing because they'd be working directly on it, but you wouldn't take the penalties that half plate has compared to breastplate.
I will leave the breastplate with them then, if that comes out with a better.
So you're
outcome.
so Lambert, you changing what you want to do?
No, that's what that's what I thought it was already. That was just a misunderstanding on my part.
Right, so you're going for the better breastplate enchantment
I believe
instead of half plate. Instead of going from an adamant breastplate
right,
to
so
half...
it is half plate that I'm going for. Sorry, yes.
Yes,
That's
so you
what I'm
had
going
the
for.
option of half plate or better breastplate.
Oh, okay, yes, I was going for half plate.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Yes, sorry, my mistake there.
He hands Ruby. He hands you a thing. Would you mind giving this to Joanna? She's been messaging me how she's been craving them, and you see like it's like a cardboard box or the thing. It's clearly dragon talons. Okay. Good luck. Try to keep all arms and legs inside of the vehicle. As he begins to spin his teleport looks slightly different to, say, a wizard's teleport, as a magical, like, sort of metal, like, open disc begins to revolve around you as he brings it up, and he starts to, and which, like, sort of forged out of almost liquidized metal that, like, forms out of his arm, and it begins to, like, swirl around you as a fully forged disc, and it just... And suddenly you are met by a crisp, sunny day. You are in a field, probably a 5-minute walk away from a very, very large and active encampment. You see in the distance Seat, the capital of the Rien, probably about a mile away. You're just slightly along the coast from it, with a very, very active dockyard, and then just an absolute sea of ships. Almost a city of ships in itself. There's also sky ships overhead patrolling the area. You see a hive of activity. And in front of you, a vast tent encampment that goes from probably this hillock that you're on, all the way through the steel willow forest, all the way up to the walls of Seat. It is thousands upon thousands of people.
It's still here. That's a good sign to start with. I don't think there's any point in waiting. We should find the command tent, meet with them, give them the lowdown on everything that we know, get everything that they know, and figure out what our next move should be.
I probably will find Joanna as well.
Okay.
Make our way towards it.
Yep.
It doesn't take a long for you to ask around, find out where the command tent itself is, and you're pointed actually to what seems to be part of a ruined lighthouse that's had tentage like draped off of it, and almost like some semi-permanent structure built around it, like a bit more of a building than just a tent that's been erected. And eventually you are led inside, and it is it's an interesting walk, you have to say, because the first thing that you notice is the encampment it is split still, but like there are elven tents across a street to human tents in the same camp. Factions that would have normally have been fighting against one another. Forces
and we're fighting except less than a month ago.
Exactly. Active combatants turned allies in this regard. I mean, there's a level of tension still. I think that's unshakable. Things don't change overnight. But there was a civility that everyone is there doing a job.
How's the sky look?
Still red.
Mm-hmm.
It's sorry, I describe this as a sunny day. It's...
Wait, that's not sun.
Yeah, it's... sorry, that's kind of a bit of a drop of the DM tongue. It's...
That's going on autopilot is what that is.
Yes, that was what it was. I say sunny day. The sky is still red. In fact, it's just brighter, kind of. There's like rays of light. And it's like one of those things of... There feels subtly a day-night cycle with this apocalyptic sky. It does dull and brighten, but there's no celestial movements above. So it's a brighter day. Put it that way. It's a brighter day. It's probably a more accurate description. Anyway, you're taken to this lighthouse, turned into almost like Bailey Fort Keep complex. Like it's been very reinforced, had some structure built to it. Clearly would be defendable, and clearly it's quite spacious. Where inside, you are... It's also the wood for it is very elven in design. Those of you who went to the Eladrin Empire and saw the buildings, it was beautifully... A lot of the structures were beautifully carved wooden, and you've seen the same in Benundum. And there are Eladrin royal guards, as in actual Eladrin, posted around this building. But you go inside, and the interior of the lighthouse has been... Infested is the wrong word. Enraptured by vinage that has encompassed the whole interior. And the whole thing is just almost like a chimney to this building, where in the center there is a small pool, or it seems like it's been made recently, but a pool of water. And sat in front of it is Eolas, Eladrin the Immortal. Who, upon your arrival, he opens up. Ah, hello, my allies.
Bow my head as I walk in.
Please, the road has been long for you. It's been a while. How are things? Any news? Anything I should be aware of?
Is he wearing the crown?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the biggest news is that crown on your head is the final seal of Elendor.
All others have been lost or broken.
He takes a slow nod. I thought that might be the case. We have much to discuss, if you have nothing directly to report.
Nothing that can't wait until this more important conversation.
I have a few things.
You were attacked.
Yes. For hours.
By whom?
By spirits of soldiers long past. They take the form now of guardians, watchers of this realm.
Yeah, rise.
Yes.
From what we've gathered, they're causing this everywhere.
They demanded I give them the crown. I refused. And we fought. The only time we fought for hours. This location is not where I was encamped before. The reason they stopped, it wasn't because I defeated them. When they arrived, they spoke of how the balance needed to be kept in check. That actions required a balance. Knowing what I know, what we've been doing, what we are trying to stop, I of course refused. But the onslaught only stopped when they turned to me and said a balance had been met.
Suppose maybe their aim to have all but one seal destroyed, and they stopped attacking when yours was the final.
Their plans can't be brought to fruition until his seal is destroyed.
Then why did they stop?
I don't know what balance they're talking about.
When did you get attacked? Specifically, how many days ago?
Wasn't it yesterday?
At this point, 2, 3 days. It was at the twilight.
About the same time we were talking with Caphriel and I forget the sub guy's name.
Osmus.
Osmus.
Might I ask, the crown, we know, of course, that it's a seal, and seals have to be broken to be functioning. In what way is the crown broken?
Oh.
Because to ruin a seal means to fix the crown. How is the crown broken?
He takes it from his head. And you actually see in the
Gesundheit.
This is Ladrin's black lung, kind of coming up to.
Doesn't
He's had a day. He's had a real rough time.
He you see, like, within the pale crystal, that there's this deep black shadow, like, flowing through it. It has been... And, like, he then also, like, shows you and kind of you can expect through it, and there's also, like, cracks in the glass and the crystalline. It no longer retains any of its power. It is but broken. One thing you do know, actually, Valymr, on the note of his illness and his... He looks much stronger than he did the last time you saw him. Even in combat, even before at the island, he was still of a stature where he was weakened. Whether it been him fading just generally and slowly not having to utilize his power, he definitely looked, whilst he's still got that kind of hoarseness to his voice, that like dry, he looks almost like more muscular and more, there's more color to his like face, etc.
Now all I can't get out of my head is Yoda walking real slow with a walking stick and then suddenly jumping into super acrobatics in a fight.
Yeah.
Well, you are looking well, Your Majesty. It's good to see you looking so strong.
Needs must.
Speaking of looking strong, how fare the Emperor of the Rien, Godric, and Joanna?
Godric as well. Joanna has power beyond her years. They're both in seat in the capital. I have been staying here to be able to be closer to Spinnabar. I utilize their moots and some of their circles to keep tabs on things at home and reflect. I do not feel as home in their city. I lost a few of my closest when I was attacked. I was wandering in the woods at night to be amongst the nature.
Don't do that anymore, please.
You said that they've managed to strike a balance and that they stopped the attack themselves, that you did not successfully fight them off, and they may not be coming for you again. But the risk still stands. You are the last seal of Elendor that is intact. And if that falls, so begins the end.
Yes.
At least until something can be done to fix that. So, we come with the humble request that you relocate somewhere more secure.
If the astral pariahs are the ones to come for me again, there is no wall that will hold them back. There is no safe place. If it is the cultists, those that we wish to attack, absolutely. So I will relocate. I've actually been packing. The other issue I have is organizing a command for my forces if I am not going to be going. Solana was wounded in protecting me. My granddaughter is a fantastic general, but even so would not be my first choice right now.
The wounds can be tended to.
Her wounds can be tended to. Her mind cannot. Valymr.
Yes.
You remember my granddaughters. My granddaughter and my daughter. My daughter is running the country. My granddaughter, marshal at arms. She would, alone, without my guidance, I fear her temper would get the better of her. Amongst our allies, things would be too fragile. If I am to leave properly, we will need to find someone else to command.
That makes
Clearly,
sense.
the Emperor Godric felt fit to leave his men in your stead. Why not send your army to Seat? If you were entrusted with command of his forces, should not the same be exchanged in his favor?
The men and the troops I do not worry about. But even so, there needs to be a representative of our forces in the leadership somewhere. Solana would not fit that stature without me. She is an attack dog. She's an attack dog. Raised to...
The idea that Aeolus, the man who hates humans almost more than anyone, was left in control here in that guise. Like, Breton is I'm having a hard time picturing, like, this is the decision they made? This is the peace broker?
So, to clarify, Aeolus is very, 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 very wary of humans and doesn't like
them.
He doesn't like them, but he's more against their zealotry. Solana the Black is the one that hates humans.
Yeah.
Like vitriolically.
Wasn't her
mother was the one that was assassinated
while the...
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Her mother was the one that was assassinated, yes.
So she grew up without a mother because of humans. Yeah, I can understand the...
She's also the leader of the army and has been for many centuries against humans and human war. So also in the concept of the peace brokering, the peace brokering is that all of the nations have come together in one encampment with no one like superior leader. It's balancing like a duarchy of Eladrin and Godric. And you guys, and this camp stretches all the way to sea. The reason it's encamped like it is essentially if you were to look at the map of the Rien right now, the entire coastline between the border of Spinnaborough and Seat is encampments. There's one larger encampment towards the city, and then there's loads of micro encampments, etc., microcosms, all the way up to the Spinnaborough border. And then there's a large array of ships, like thousands of ships in the water in between, within like this like corner of the bay.
So we're basically somewhere between Stotry and Seat right now.
If I was to quickly get up the map. I don't think you're quite that. You're only about a mile from the Wall of Seat right now.
Okay.
Like you guys can all see Seat in the distance from this place. Like it's you're just a mile down the coast. You're in like the main encampment.
Okay.
So like yeah. But for me to be totally they will be fine while encamped. But if the attack begins without a confirmed leader here for my forces.
Who is on the short list that you would trust to lead your forces then?
That's where we run into difficulty. My daughter is Selena, or her husband. But she's, of course, managing the realm. I have a few generals. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
There are a number of generals that could do it. Or Valymr yourself.
Me?
Well, You're Fae of ancestry. You brought the news of everything. You are someone who aided in bringing about our current ceasefire and aligning us on this quest. The army would at least, in reason, not crumble at the idea.
Valymr is going to bow his head to hide the shock and
Okay.
If this is what you wish of me, I will absolutely accept this great honor.
Hold on.
What's
You
that?
can't very well be working with us and be here at the same time, can you? We do have a world to fight for, Valymr.
Those two things are aligned right now, though, right?
We, as in the Skyfire, need you here.
Which is
I
my...
can bring an army with us as well.
Well, I don't expect that you will be... If you are joining us for the attack, I don't expect that you will be directly at the front. I don't know what our plan is. We haven't got that far. It's just someone of your caliber that also follows the idea of, if not you, having both yours and my approval as the collective yours, the Skyfire, for whoever will be leading the forces is a must. If you can convince Solana to keep it together, or if you think Godric can keep a hold of her, then that's that matter settled. If you think I might be able to return for the time that the attack begins, and the seal is safe to do so, then absolutely.
The issue is, if your concern is how the army will maintain itself while you are not here before the attack occurs, we have things we still need to do, even while you are seeking shelter. We can't just leave Valymr here to maintain the status quo while we are shooting off to all the corners of the world trying to gather the allies that we are going to need for this. If you trust Valymr to lead them, I'm not going to question that. That is your choice. But if we need a peacekeeper in the meantime, that would leave us without Valymr, and the Skyfire is split up enough already.
No, as I said, I do not feel like it will deteriorate while we're encamped. I feel I can safely return, or take refuge somewhere without it. I have enough faith in the commanders and my subordinates that standing orders would remain. It's when new orders were to occur, and if they were to come from someone outside of the Empire, that we would run into the issue. That's all I say.
My worry as well is, while yes, I am of the Empire and my ancestry is obviously well known, there is still, as much as we would like to pretend otherwise, distrust for my kind. The horns are not exactly beacons of trust. I would accept the honor, but I don't feel I am the best person for the task, and even were I not gifted in such a way, then I have no experience in leading forces of any size. I work well as a part of a small strike team, not as a commander of armies.
He smiles.
Were my friend Darius of elven descent, then he would be perfect for the task, but...
There are many who I think would be perfect for the task if they had but a modicum of our beauty. He says that with a chuckle.
Ruby's eyes cannot physically roll any harder than they do.
Do you have somewhere in mind in where I should go? Or are you leaving that discretion to be mine?
Our hope was that
have
we
a
would
thought.
convince.
Reshin. It is a stronghold unlike any I have ever witnessed in any of my travels. It is a protective barrier that would that is like the ones that we have in the Empire, where glamours and deceptions fall away to dust. Any dragon shape-shifted to humanoid form would instantly be recognized. I do believe it is the safest place on this planet right now.
Yes, the Duke worked quickly when we let him in on a few of our secrets, yes. Maybe it's time I spent some time with that youngster.
Isn't he here?
No,
the Duke didn't come with us.
He teleported. Oh, he didn't teleport with us. He just teleported.
Yeah, he used a form of teleportation on you.
Gotcha.
I feel like you may be the only person on this plane who is capable of calling the Duke a youngster.
One of the few. I will not let anyone know that I go. Only the Duke must know as well. So if arrangements get set,
That brings us to our second concern. We also need to alert Godric and Joanna.
Yes. Of course.
We must meet with them before we return to Reshin.
Well, I am actually to take counsel with the army command soon. You may accompany me up to the city.
At your will, of course. Valymr is now trying to think of who would be a good, commander for the army.
Sure.
And he's thinking mostly of, potentially his brother, but he hasn't spoken to his brother since he, left home. So
You've met quite a few other people as well. Remember that you met the sea elf and things. So just do take a think through the list of people you've met.
That guy is Treleorn. Was that him?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you mentioned Darius. Oh, there was a good point. Darius does have a half-elven brother.
That's true.
Anton, yeah. Could also be a very good nomination.
The Reynard company is well trusted in their strategic command. Having them amongst the men would certainly be probably rubbing shoulders some of the wrong way, but their efficiency is hard to deny, and having a half-elf at the lead of a joint elven-human army would send a positive message at the very least. And I imagine Anton will be quite appreciative of the opportunity.
It's not a bad call.
But you were given the choice to think about this, Valymr. That decision should rest with you.
I will think more on it. Like I say, I don't believe I am the right person. Just pragmatically.
He nods. Before we go, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
Nothing that can't wait while we're in transit, making our way back into the city proper. As I said, Legon's land seems to be intact, but this plague is everywhere. As we've already informed you, only one seal is left, and that is yours, so priority give and take, of course. We do not know the situation of the Rian, but Nadathal has marshaled. It is intact. Government is standing, and they are moving to secure what they can to protect themselves and protect the homeland, where everywhere I imagine is doing right now with the demons pouring out of the sky.
Yes, the draw of such a camp here has left this area pretty safeguarded, but there has been a lot of discussion of desertion for a lot of people. Going home, defending their priorities.
Have many left, or has it been?
We've managed to keep on top of it. The most difficult forces were the orders from Nadathal. A lot of them here have their own individual lead, do not integrate directly into the weak command structure that we have.
I'll speak with them.
And they are drawn by doing what they think is right. I can't blame them. But he then turns to you, but thank you. Luckily, only a few orders have returned towards the homelands. The High King did manage to send a lot of missives around everything that was going on. The fall of the Living Saint was a big shock to a lot of them. They held a Chevalier Rally tournament in his honor. It was quite beautiful. Whilst only denizens of their faith, took part, many of all sorts watched. Reynard, Eladrin. It's amazing how we can be in times of such hardship and sorrow, difficulty, yet be closer than we ever have been in thousands of years.
Nothing quite like an apocalypse to get the family together.
It has been many, many years since I've seen such a spark within the Brotherhood of Mortality. Little things, little lights to keep us faithful. This time that is so tragic. Anyway. Lilac, will you ready some carriages? You see a relatively in half plate, that sort of really regal gold, dark green on with like gold leaf patterning on it. Thorn pops in. Says, just, hey, wait you are, my lord. I'll get the carriages ready, and she sort of darts out again.
while we're doing this, like, traveling bit, I think just explaining to Aeolus everything that's happened with, you know, the investigation at the castle in the Nardathel, everything that happened there, and I'll also be very upfront with going to the place between places, the glass, all of that kind of thing. Don't think there's any value in holding anything back.
Mm-hmm.
Breton also mentioned, it was also odd because before one of the most recent events took place, the Queen of the Nardathel was kidnapped by one of these astral pariahs. She was taken to the world between worlds, and struggle as we are, we have not been able to find a reason for why that might have been. Why kidnap her? It wasn't a seal, as far as I've been able to tell. She wasn't connected to it, just her specifically.
Are you sure she was taken by an astral pariah?
She mentioned that she was taken by the Knight Chevaliant, but the point stands is that why would a protector of a seal steal her away to the world between worlds?
The place between is a difficult mirror to see into. The Chevalier Argent, as more commonly known now, is, and always was, and originally a denizen of this plane. Powerful being in all regards, but a denizen of this plane nonetheless. I suspect the laws of travel, the arrangements of the Green and Pleasant, weren't as applicable to her.
He used the same means.
But the knowledge of how to get there, that is peculiar. Using it as a safe place, by all means. There's probably no more balanced, no more safe from interference place. Demons certainly can't be there. Devils either. If what you're saying is true about how denizens of the Abyss and the Hells were the main driving force, reason stands that it was seen as that if even everything failed here, that would be somewhere safe.
One thing I have never been able to figure out, reconciling with the information we've gathered lately, is the astral pariahs. They aren't devils, they aren't demons, they don't work with that faction, and yet they are actively opposing, as I'm sure you're well aware, the seals and their destruction at every turn. Every seal that we have encountered has been destroyed by them, attacked by them, or manipulated other people to do it for them.
Not all of them.
Which one was
it? The Equilibrium was reforged by the adventurers.
They were hired by somebody to do it by them.
Which, I don't, granted, we don't know the motives or how they activate, but I don't know if the astral pariahs would just post a job listing and give the knowledge to adventurers. They would just do so themselves.
Intermediaries.
It was Hugon the Shy that sent the Blue Medallion party to reform the seal.
Additionally, when we were kicking around time, they showed up again, but they were corrupted. Yes?
The ones at the top of the hill.
Yeah, they were angry and red.
I'll have to take your word on that one. I can't remember.
There were
No,
some afflicted
They were
ones.
touched by something
Yeah.
from away.
But we saw them that they were corrupted. The ones that attacked you were I can't say normal, but you know what I mean. Normal-looking astral pariahs. They weren't corrupted or malfest in some way.
Yes, something happened recently that forced them to act.
Your Majesty, I have to ask the question, impertinent though it may be. Is there a chance your friend, the one she'll point up there, is actively trying to do something?
Well, there's a reason I fought back. When have I ever listened to what they had to say?
Well, by my understanding of the Book of the Apocalypse, once he comes back, that's it. Game over. We lose. That's the end. If he's trying to come back...
The pariahs aren't controlled. Not by him, not by anyone. They are in league with him in some regards. They maintain the balance. They are older than anything.
Well, their age notwithstanding, they have bypassed every defense that has been layered around these seals.
Yes.
Divine or not.
Yes. The divine are even hesitant when the astral pariahs are involved. They're not souls, they're not beings in that regard. They are themselves fragments of the world. The worlds, the planes, the everything. They keep balance. Something must have made them act to keep a balance.
Just don't understand how breaking or
I
ruining
don't.
seals is a part of keeping balance. Unless, the world has existed just fine for so long, and that is tipping it out of balance. We need to balance it back to being shit again.
It was mentioned before that the idea of a prophecy might not tell of what might come, but what is to come. And it does not it speaks of the end of all things in one context, but in another context it also speaks of the girl who will take up the mantle afterwards. What if this has been building, and due to their perception of time, we've already established this is a non-linear event and these things may not perceive time in the same way that we do. What if they already realize that this event will occur? This event is occurring, and that is destroying the balance. And once we reach this point, the only way to fix the balance is to wipe the slate clean and start again.
It could be. It's that. Or they had to level the playing field.
But the deck was already not too stacked against us. We've been scrambling since I had a hood over my head in Retbury.
Yes.
The seals were weapons, implements of the king that never was, and in order to defeat the Nullians. Broken, they were useful as seals, but useless to us. If this was going to occur one way or the other, if that hole in the sky was going to open no matter what, then breaking the seals to ensure that we have every weapon at our disposal to fight against it might also just be it feels almost too plain of thought for them to use, but it's also a very simple solution to it. If these are weapons that are capable of stopping it, then If one seal is all that is needed to hold it back for that time, then why not give them the other 8 weapons? Brayla's heart, the Godmother's gift, it almost seemed to fall into our hands the moment we thought to look for it. That was the last one that we didn't know of. The rest of them, we know where the seals are.
Fate has been weighting the dice on all parties. There is you guys are also in a private carriage as well.
I assume that we are not having this conversation walking the trench line of the army soldiers. And then a few of them just like, huh?
No, this is it's a nice regal carriage being pulled by unicorns.
I must have missed that we're going somewhere. I'm sorry.
We're on the way to Seat.
You're going into Seat proper to meet Joanna and Godric and the rest of the War Council.
Which is why I vouched that our actions concurrently to what is going on here is us 3 go collect the rest of the seals. We know where they are.
Might be wise.
We wanted to ensure that you were not in danger first.
Thank you.
Could have handled it in an email.
One more thing that is worth your knowing. Upon engaging with the pariahs, my memory has not been as faulty as it once was. I remember more and more things from before. There are clear things that escape me, but I remember much more clearly events before and during the Green and Pleasant.
And why don't we take our break now with that revelation?
Yes. So we'll take our break right now. So join us in 10 minutes time. I didn't actually realize we're at break time already.
Yeah, we're 10 past. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are 10 past. I do apologize that I've been very caught up in the game today. But yeah, we will use this time. Grab yourselves a drink, and we will see you in just a moment.
Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content? Whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post, don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere. And if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch. And just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dray Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Sorry, we got very distracted talking about shows. We're back. We were chatting over
Arcane!
We were talking about various shows and how we prefer TV shows to have 30 episodes a season.
Instead of 9!
Yeah, anyway.
I'm still salty. Gundam Requiem for Vengeance got 6 episodes. 6! The entire series was 6 episodes. Anyways, I'm not salty about it.
Yeah, media.
22-minute episodes!
Give, yeah, we want at least 23 45-minute episodes from anything. Then again, we put out 4-hour D&D sessions as episodes, so I think we're probably biased. Anyway, gang, you continue in the carriage, and Eolas tells you, "My memory is not as hazy as it was."
Is that possibly because, excuse me, your power is growing in strength because the barriers between worlds are, well, weakening, and the Feywild is all the closer?
I think so.
Out of curiosity, do you remember your friend's name? Bugger.
I think that is too integral to keeping the order. They still appear as a haze in my memories, but I remember talking to them more. Fighting with them more.
How did they fight? What weapon did they use?
Your friend is holding it.
That tracks.
This also could be a very useful piece of information.
What's that?
My friend had a family.
Oh. Do you remember their names?
Yeah, it was 3,000 years ago, Valymr.
Doesn't matter if there's
longer.
descendants. That could be a thing.
Have you heard of the Genghis Khan theory of descendants?
I think it's less important of who they were, but who might they be?
Blood.
Also, I think it was only 1,500 years ago, 1,400 years ago.
So
Except for that whole time stop bit.
Oh yeah.
Blood.
Which doesn't matter because they live through that and then come out the other side, right?
Isn't that the one thing that the Duke was speaking of that he couldn't get any of? We got the little bit from wherever the hell we were.
Top of the mountain, the first summit.
To go from. You do have blood to form the ritual and to create the item. No, what he doesn't have the ability to do is draw on almost godly powers to break the item in a significant enough way to become a seal. Is the thing. He can definitely create an artifact, a god level artifact for it. But his power. The fact that all of the items that became sealed were essentially created by a god previously, his limit stops at, I can make the artifact, and this is already a feat beyond all other reasoning. Breaking it to become a seal, he's a maker, not a breaker.
Speaking of... in the reclamation of your knowledge,
Did you say that's Twitter's talk? Sorry. Go ahead, Beth.
I don't suppose in the regaining of your recollection, you'll be able to figure out, well, perhaps a ritual to restore them? Got that locked away in there?
I remember the making of the seals originally, yes.
I think we should tell the Iron Duke that, because he has no clue.
Not the forging of them, but the process of. The hero's power was at a height like no other. He walked essentially as another god.
Yeah, I keep hearing that.
Did he not steal Null's power when Null was defeated? Or is that some more religion than reality?
There's both truth and myth to it.
Well, he clearly attuned to more than 3 items at a time.
Yes, he was
already hacked.
He was already past the limitations of a mortal, yes.
Or he was an artificer.
It had your feet too. He had like 9.
But
He's from Baldur's Gate 3.
when a being becomes so prevalent that even the gods themselves believe in them, that comes with its own power. But you're right, some of Null's power was absorbed in the creation of the god. That was my friend. The seals were made at the summit. They were sacrificed. So were some of the powers. There were astral pariahs there. They bore witness.
He explains why they can turn them off.
Do you know who tried to kill your friend at the summit when... Because we went there...
He was attacked.
In search of his blood to, ruin or to forge a functioning seal. And he was attacked by an archer, I want to say. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you know who it was?
Yes.
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Nice shot.
The betrayal stung.
We know, we saw it.
I agreed with the majority of it. The forces that we were fighting originally. But I had to have my voice heard. It was a futile act. It's not like it affected them.
It drew blood.
So does a paper cut.
Of a god.
Somehow. By the fact that I'm still here. By the fact that you found it. Something tells me it was all part of the plan.
It needed to happen. I was just thinking that.
Did we find the arrow itself?
Yes, you did.
I have to ask you a question, sir, that's not entirely related to all of this. But somewhat. It's been bothering me since I learned about your human ban in the country. Is the world that we know and the one that you love so tangentially different that there can never be a reconciliation in the hearts of your people and yourself?
Not at all. We isolated ourselves for our protection. Initially, we grew. We had open borders. There's always been something at the back of my mind. Ever since my friend and I parted ways. More than just the betrayal. I always saw something in the belief of their worship that was wrong. Fundamentalists is what made me close my borders for good. Ambition of others is what destabilized everything further.
Yeah?
I always intended. The first invasion. The first Eladrin-Rhiannian War, as it's known, or the times before it, when the petty kingdoms were still around. My invasion was not one of malice and destruction of a peoples. It was to deal with fundamentalism, bring everyone under the same banner. Vitriol and spite and a weaving of words does a huge thing over the years. So I became the villain. And my people played that part. But we played that part for our own safety just as much. In the end.
The entire reason the Never King fought his war, the entire reason the state of the world is currently in his inn, is so Elendor would have the choice to choose its own destiny. And I think you forgot that. As much as you hated the fundamentalism and the vitriol and the pain, of which there is a reason, is not to invalidate your feelings, but along with it also came the love of our world, the joy of its beauty, and the exaltation of its people, both good and bad.
I don't disagree. So, we chose our right to stay where we were. For the most part. Politics are politics. Power is power.
Forgetful. The humans of the Rien don't have the... We can't comprehend the length of time from which you have had to live. It's beyond reconciliation of our minds. I try to comprehend it, and I cannot fathom the number of years you have spent learning a skill, mastering love, nursing hate. But he wanted to give you a choice too. Or an ultimatum, I guess.
To give everyone else choice.
Yeah.
He took away my people's right. For the most part, they did.
I feel for it, you know. My ancestry comes from people who came before y'all.
You're not
respectfully. And there were people before them, and there were people before them.
Yes. Again. Beyond the wars, beyond the place we find ourselves now. path of peace is something I have always wanted. Before I came here, to this plane, I spent thousands of years dancing in the moonlight of the eternal court. I came here to help protect it and protect its people that followed me. And when those people I called my closest, those people who I came to love so much came to call this home, I stayed to protect them and it, the home we made. I have been plagued by sickness since. I tried. I failed. Now I let, for the most part, the chips lie where they fall. Until now. I sincerely hope this peace remains when all is said and done. Because if this goes poorly, all we will have is each other.
All we've ever had.
It's all we have now, yes. It's about this time that the cart, you feel like the sudden, like, there's been hillocks and downs, but you begin the sharp incline towards Ruby and Breton. You'd recognize this, you've been here a lot before, towards the what is known as the Ascension Hill, the big mountainish hilly crag that centers the city, in which both the Cathedral of Ascension and the Great Hall of Seat is built upon. You begin to go up the King's Road, the King's Mile. It's not long before the cart comes to a halt. The carriage. And you are let out, and you are initially met as well by a familiar face to you both, to the two of you that have been here before. The other son of Godric, the one who stands as Reeve, who does a lot of the day management, the castellan of the court.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Comes to meet you as he bows both to you and Erles. The council are waiting for you. It's good to see you both again.
Good to see you as well. How goes the maintenance?
Maintenance goes well. Interestingly enough as well, a friend of ours in the church, he's informed me that should you need it, he may be able to get us some deeper access than what we had in the past.
Confused ruby face.
Into
Are you trying to say that they had information they weren't sharing with us last time?
information, possibly. Assets, certainly. Oldest relics. Oldest scriptures. That kind of thing. He he didn't have enough influence at the time, being the caretaker of the cathedral. But times have changed.
Ruby can feel, or excuse me, Brett can feel Ruby is like grabbing on a hold of his arm and squeezing the shit out of it, just to biting her tongue because she's not.
Either way, we can talk about this later. Please follow me.
I am going to burn this place to the ground.
I wouldn't, because then you wouldn't be able to read all the stuff you couldn't read the last time.
You're taking
Catch-22.
You're taking into it's Fahrenheit which is the one about burning of books.
Oddly enough, that's the temperature at which a book will combust. But anyway, don't ask why I know that.
You enter the Great Hall and assemble. Also, this place, Husakals for miles, armored guard fully patrolling and surrounding this place. But as soon as you get in, you are met by the Great Hall. But instead of the three thrones, there is just a long table with maps, planning, charts. There's an artillery sphere, compasses. There's positioning tables. Tables and tables of troop counts, and there's active people officers and clerks running around, sort of you've just it's to describe this in a more modern movie theatrical thing, but imagine all of this but with a medieval twist. It's DEFCON. It's DEFCON 3 at the Pentagon, and you've just gone down the elevator from the room where the president has been sitting. The president is walking in, and just everyone is just heavily active. Screens everywhere. It's that, but
nobody calls 10 Hut to call to attention because the president just walked in. Yeah, no.
Sorry, because it's. But then in the center of it all, there is a table with various representatives and leaders of this expeditionary force. Sat around, with their place around the table. But before you even step 30 feet into the room, Ruby, you are side tackled by an adolescent girl who hugs you.
Hello? Sorry, who are you?
It's Joanna.
Oh. Sorry.
Was that not obvious? I'm sorry.
She has her new body. We haven't seen her in a while. She's been upgraded since.
She has been upgraded.
The face is different. It's
face is actually pretty similar. I mean,
Breton's weapon of warning goes off. He's like, yeah, it's fine.
How does the medallion I'm wearing react? Is it pushing away from Joanna?
Yes. So you feel it.
Breton and Joanna, can you never be on the same side at the same time? I will be crushed.
Hi, Joe.
It's so good to see all of you. And she then does a round of hug into all of you.
You haven't aged a day.
Technically true, because you did see this body before she was in it. So
there's a joke in there somewhere.
I'm so happy to see you.
She'll reach in and her bag of colding and pull out the dragon talons. Hopefully he got Zedaar's recipe right.
Thank you. The cooks are getting better every time, and this is
give them the recipe.
How have you all been? Considering
Alive.
Sometimes that's all
for the most part.
It's an incredibly long story that I don't want to repeat about 9 times.
No problem.
We'll give you the cliff notes while we're going down the stairs.
Abridge it for me. Walked around, met God. Anyway. Looks like just about the whole party's here.
Yes. It's strange.
Is it?
Uh,
Did you not know this was going to happen?
well, I've always wanted to lead. I've always been okay at it, but good at it even in certain regards. I read a lot of books about it. But
Oh, I have one you're really gonna love.
The politicking, the game of it all, I enjoy it. It's just I wish the circumstances were better.
As do we all.
It'll be better tomorrow.
I have something for you. I think you might find a little bit interesting.
Oh?
And she will pull out a copy of the Book of Ascension, the Book of Annihilation, the chapters that she translated that specifically reference the end, and the Girl of Prophecy.
Surprise, you're important.
I think you may find some of these verses a little interesting, since they talk about you, and they were written how long ago? 1400 something years ago, Valymr?
It's 1422 at the moment.
1,422 years,
So
6
these,
months, and
yeah, these were written about 1200. It was about 1200.
These were not
years
written
ago.
during the Green and Pleasant Day. They were written afterwards.
1,200 years ago. Give or take.
by a prophet.
Like most of the Bible wasn't written at 0.
Sure. Either
Sure.
way, I think you may find your references in this one a little interesting. I certainly did. I'm in it too.
He looks at you
As well, but nobody mentioned me.
Nor me.
I'm sure they just left it out. Perhaps it's on the other pages that weren't translated yet.
To not be
I'm happy to not be in it,
Oh.
but the fact that I was literally standing next to her while one of these things occurred, yet I was not mentioned, makes me wonder why the prophecy was written the way it was. I'm sure it's fine.
Maybe it's because those involved can't change it, but the people outside of it can.
Ooh. Breton just looks at Ruby.
Ruby shrugs, like, what do you want me to do with it? Oh, no. Your name was in it. I scratched it out to make myself more important, dear.
No, the suggestion that if people are mentioned in the prophecy, they may not be able to change the prophecy.
Well, that seems to be our running gag through this entire bloody campaign, isn't it?
To be fair, we may all be mentioned in it if we are the individuals who are attempting to stop it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Either way. Oh. She will also hand Joanna her journal.
Oh, more reading.
Everything that we have done since you left.
Yes, no, I remember you writing in this all the time. Really? You want me to... You don't mind?
Give it back to me when you're done.
I'm afraid there are some periods that are a little empty of the details. She was a little dead at the time.
Ah, yes, I heard about that. Well, I'm glad you're not dead.
I don't know how much soul wrote into the journal.
And then she says, I'm glad you're not dead. And then also side turns also to Valymr. And you.
Look, there was a couple of instances, but we moved past it. It was all it was a blip.
He's died twice.
What? I had a joke,
got better.
but I feel like it's not the right time.
The running gag is if one more punch card and he gets to come back for free.
With a God Sunday, I guess.
Actually, technically speaking, that makes it twice now for you as well, Ruby.
When did I die twice?
Meeting Osmus and Kafriel?
I didn't die.
By their purview, they counted it.
No. My heart always beat. I was disintegrated. I walked in there willingly.
I mean, being willing or not doesn't really come into it.
DM note: essentially, you passing into that chamber did mean you died, and they brought you back. They brought you back.
Oh fuck! That means I'm at 1 now.
My goal is to regenerate every single player in this campaign in these ones. Shame about James.
You should have asked how he was when you were there.
No, they're gonna dredge up his skeleton when they're searching for the soul chain, and he's gonna get revived. Damn it!
He is the soul chain.
Above table note that I probably already had the answer to, but I've forgotten.
Yes. But...
Do I remember what happened when I died, like in the death place?
Ish. It's like.
Do I remember the water?
I don't.
The first time I died, you said it was something like, I can choose to go into the water and die, or not.
Yes. I don't think you do.
Okay.
I don't know if you do.
Whether or not that's because you weren't allowed to remember, or Valymr just blocked that particular part out of his memory.
No, I think the line was, you vaguely had a recollection of, because I remember you rolled afterwards. You had a vague recollection of it, so you were aware of the pour of water, but you don't remember the person telling you things.
When I died, they wanted me to jump in some water, so obviously I was gonna live. Like there's no chance that's gonna happen.
Totally fair. Oh. I see you're with Eolas as well. Eolas didn't come over with you. He was like, he walked ahead and she ambushed, like interceded between. He's an interesting one, isn't he?
We spent
don't keep the
our entire time with him running away from him and his armies.
There's something
stronger about him.
Yes.
The planar barriers are weakening and his power is tied to them beyond.
But there's something familiar about him as well.
Familiar?
Yes.
I'm assuming you're not referring to the spell, so could you describe that?
No, not familiar. There's a recognition. When I first saw him, he reminded me of someone I
knew a long time ago.
Possibly, or
didn't have to cut me
more
off.
importantly, I used to draw a lot in my room in when I was. I think he's someone I used to draw.
Well, imprint maybe from your unique power. It was imprinted from the, well, points just up.
Possibly. I haven't been able to place it.
Well, a theory. How
we can talk about this
private
later.
Is the area?
Not very at all.
Okay.
It's something I wanted to talk to you perhaps later in private.
I have a theory.
Could be demons. Dancing demons. Something isn't right there. That is a reference that like 1% of the audience may get. If you do, you're welcome.
I have rooms here. We can speak later.
Oh.
And is it this time you see more people starting to sit around the table? And you hear like the clanking of armor more so as you see Godric and his son, the Crown Prince, also walking in
Hey!
The Godric as well, both of them full armor. The Crown Prince seems to be holding a scroll that he's going through with his father. And yeah, he he kind of nods, and like it's then that Godric catches the eyes of you and kind of nods like as like oh welcome, and he kind of and an adjutant runs over and he says like, we need 3 more. He's like gives a thing of like, bring 3 more chairs around the table
and dinner.
You just go dinner. Just the universal symbol for
Feed me, Seymour, feed me.
Okay.
Are you referencing?
Does it have to
Peter
be blood?
Kay by any chance?
I'm hungry.
You eat blood, Audrey, too? Sorry, I know way too much of that. But he then comes over to you.
Who's he? Sorry, which he?
Sorry, the Godric.
Okay.
The one with the stag crown helmet.
The Emperor.
The Emperor.
Emperor.
The Emperor.
The torque on Valmyr's neck continues to increase.
Yes. By the way, Valymr, you can deactivate it as a note. It does. You
that
don't.
was an option? Fuck's sake, Zep, you never said anything about this.
It's not to do with the obvious. There's an off switch right there.
No one was.
You just turned the dragon emblem upside down.
Oh yeah.
It breaks the socket and it's that easy.
Ay.
Anyway.
I'll take it off.
Was that
Okay, Alpha 5?
Was that gonna be Alpha from Power Rangers? Like. Ay. That was I was just transported. My God.
I caught that reference instantly. You can't. You know I know my Power Rangers.
Next, they're just like, and suddenly a mechanical clockwork owl comes in.
Well, I almost broke my wife with a Star Trek and Power Rangers reference yesterday. I thought that was hilarious.
Oh God. Anyway.
I'll tell it after stream. It's really funny.
I'm happy to see you again. How are things?
About
the sky is bleeding. There's demons and devils and bloody.
I was figuring I'd hear from you soon directly. We guessed by the change of mood outside that we were running slightly short of time.
I tried everything I could to stop it from happening. Every ounce of magic I had. Wasn't enough.
I don't doubt it. I've come to know your adventuring party well enough to know that you folks don't exactly give up.
I mean, we have good news and bad news about it. The bad news is that Aeolus' seal is the only one still intact. The good news is you don't need to feel at fault for being responsible for breaking one of them, because it turns out the individuals responsible for guarding them just decided to wipe them all out anyways.
So where in that is the good news?
This is going to happen one way or the other, so you don't need to feel guilty about taking the steps you did to protect your people.
Already wasn't, but thank you. That means a lot. Like I said, I understand where I went wrong. But thank you. Would you be okay with making a report to everyone gathered and being involved with the meeting, or do we need to take a more secluded conclave?
There's a public report we can make, but we also need to speak with you all privately.
Oh.
Especially about
like,
steps moving
what
forward.
kind of publicity is the current area? Like, is
So-
is it like just a ton of soldiers and huskarls and all of that?
So there's huskarls guarding. There's like not servants, but like officers' staff with paperwork doing reports. There's people doing mapping. There's people clearly coming in, like people coming in and out, logistics. And then you've got an assembled like table of generals and their direct staff and like representatives of the various army groups. So Eolas has got his people there. Because you guys also didn't come in with just Eolas. He also had some officers with him. They were on another carriage falling behind. You have Joanna, so there's some Star Legion here. There's various members of like the Rhiannian.
It's a regular who's of these three fractions.
Yeah, basically it's like.
How many Nardatheles are here?
So this is the thing. There isn't really any Nardathelian in the officers' staff.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Like the Holy Orders are a part of the army, but pretty much everyone who was everyone was back in Nardathel for their collection of individuals to figure out what the fuck they needed to do.
It was like they wanted to do that, and then they were going to send. They took conclave. The conclave that you went to was them not only because they'd already confirmed the heir some weeks ago. That was to work out who would be leading their contingents here, and that hasn't happened yet. You guys haven't but so there is actually like that they're kind of holding, and they've been set, but they have been sending troops. So essentially, they're still being commanded by the High King of Nardathel. He's just sending letters to Godric, basically, and Godric is pseudo in charge of both Nardathel and the Rien. That's kind of that. Interestingly enough, as well, there is one individual here from Spinnerborough as well as a candidate.
All the other nations.
There is also an ambassador from that you don't recognize from Atria, and there is another ambassador you don't recognize, but from the way they're dressed, you think they might be Azdakian.
I was actually going to ask the Midge, if there's an ambassador from Atria here, what's the over-under that Zedaar is also just here?
Zedaar is not here.
Okay, because if an ambassador of Atria came here, and this is meeting with Joanna...
Yep, specifically, this ambassador from Atria is a Dragonborn. They're not a dragon, they're not a thing, but they are... by the looks of them, they seem to be... they're a blue Dragonborn. And they are in the shiniest silver plate armor that you've seen. Like, they're clearly a paladin of some sort. They are... You would, because you've met the forces before, you would expect them to be essentially of the Atrian Holy Order, because you guys came into them when you met them outside of the city. And you would guess them actually might be a contingent of them ready here.
So
they were made up of normally the non-dragon entities of their army.
Before we give the big speech to the crowd of everyone, why don't we confer privately and talk about what we know and what we... so when we do have the big speech to everybody, we're all united in that front. Also dinner.
I'll delay the council session for this evening. I'll tell everyone that some things come up, and I'll grab... Who do you want to take private counsel with?
You and your eldest.
Done.
For Sorton, Eolas, and probably his attaché, and I assume the ambassadors from the various nations.
You know, from what you know as Eolas is, he tends to not... It's like he has attachés and people around, but he tends to take all the meetings himself directly quite a lot.
Okay.
But it's like, yeah, you don't even have to go for even all of the ambassadors if you don't want to. Like,
I was going to say, I think it should just be Godric, Eolas, and Joanna.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, we can do that first for sure. We'll head to my quarters. That's probably the best place. save time, actually. He's going to turn to his son. He goes, would you mind getting through the general logistics, going over the normal things that we were set to go over, and then hold the meeting for the rest? Thank you. Yes, Father. And the 6 of you take to the Emperor's quarters. What would you like to discuss?
All right. We have 3 different, or 4 really, paths that we are trying to explore. The first and foremost is the acquisition of the remaining seals of Elendor. Aeolus is the only one that remains is still providing the barrier, still functioning.
Yeah, let's functioning and ruined
rather than a weapon.
Yeah,
right.
Functioning and ruined, as opposed to broken and unbroken, I think is.
That
See, even that's messy because if it's functioning, is it functioning as a seal or functioning as a weapon?
How about sealed and unsealed?
Hence my point is seal or weapon.
Seal or weapon works.
The ones that we don't have are currently arguably some of the strongest artifacts on the planet. We should acquire those as quickly as possible. If to use them ourselves would be nice, but also to deny our enemies those seals. We know where they are. That was actually going to be our next jump. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2 is a little more complicated. When we were... How to explain this? On our journey, we traveled to the beyond, I guess. I don't really have another word.
The world between worlds is the one that's been thrown around.
World between worlds. We sat down with Kafriel and Osmus when the seals were broken, and their divine power is all but restricted, which I'm assuming you all have noticed. Artifacts that are greatly attuned to their respective deities, and she'll pull out Brayla's gemstones, the Godmother's gift, do provide some solace and relief from that. I don't know if other holy relics that you possess might help your healers or your other divine spellcastings, but a focuses or conduit, I think, might help you all out that regard.
Yeah, just to impart some extra information there. We're heavily reliant right now on the work of Aeolus's people in terms of healing. Druidic magic seems to be less restrained. Mother Wild and her gifts tend to be more in tune with the world than relics. That being said, there's a lot of diminishing returns on a lot of that. We're suffering for diamonds. It's almost like they themselves are
being scoured from the earth.
correct.
We ran into that in Lagerstein as well. Even precious metals like gold, silver, it's all drying up.
Yep. All right, now on to the actual issue at hand. This is going to get extraordinarily hard to explain. We went to the Abyss. We followed a trail with an abyssal gate that led us to a plane adjacent to where I am betting Null's corpse resides, the plane of blood. This was adjacent to that.
Also where we believe the vast majority of the Nullian forces is holding.
Bingo. We thought about trying to infiltrate, but at the end of the day, we just didn't have the forces to battle against everything they were throwing at us. It would it would have ended well. We had hoped to get Naudathel behind us for that one, but they had a lot of things that just happened.
Yeah, well, I kind of mentions we are aware.
Okay.
The High King. It is why there is no strong contingent of Naudathelians here. The High King called many back, including some of his generals, and was. I heard tell that a force was being put together. I believe that is still the case. They are intending to go on an assault.
Which I think is where we're going to have good and bad. A two-pronged assault. The Naudathelian forces go after the attacks in the Abyss directly, destroy the Nullian forces before they are able to fully muster their capacity, their capabilities. Get them before they get us, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would like to happen. Meanwhile, you and Aeolus and all of your forces go after the dragon forces on, I don't know the name of the island north of us.
We just call it the Dragon Spines at the moment.
We go there. Stop it. Sit down. Sorry, I'm being dogged. Are there any disagreements on that so far?
No, it was, well, a plan we were already leaning towards ourselves.
Excellent.
We are just mainly waiting for logistics, ships, that kind of thing.
In the meantime, we are going to go about and procure every single seal that we can potentially get our hands on. As of now, we have every single one accounted for, even if we don't have our hands on it. It's going to take some time, I imagine, to get our hands on every one of them, but the fact that everyone is accountable is, well, it's more than we've had in an age of reckoning. But that brings us to the last point, of the fact that we do know that there is only one seal that is left, and that seal belongs to Aeolus, and only the fewest amount of people possible should know of this. We need to send him somewhere where he is going to be protected, just in case.
Which, Godric, does mean I will have to leave the army for now. Godric kind of slow nods. It's, I might be a bit of a snake in the garden there. I'm sure we'll be able to keep things orderly for the time being, but when it comes time to move out, either you need to be back or you need a general. Aeolus nods. And we'd already assumed as much. If we feel there to be no risk, or I can give the crown to someone else we trust, then I'll rejoin. If not, I will have a replacement sorted. Godric nods.
The animosities between your peoples are extensive, and bridging that distrust is going to require somebody of remarkable personality. I don't know your people nearly as well as I would like to. And the idea of Valymr was touted. She'll look towards him. I don't think it's a good idea for him. Not because I don't think he can, but we simply need the Skyfire Adventuring Company as much as we can get them. You'll notice there's not a lot of us left.
No. Hopefully we can change that as well before the end. But I agree. Valymr's a warrior. Doesn't need to waste his time making sure that someone doesn't steal someone else's supper. Or that, little Aelin of Elfholm has got his socks on before the battle.
My recommendation, if it matters, is actually your son, Godric, the Elder. Two reasons. While the elves may chafe at this initially, and Shiltrazilis, if the explanation is given that this is not done as a way of humanity to show its strength over you or its leadership, but that it is the trust of the other side to endear its greatest son towards you.
Yolas kind of... I understand where you're coming from. The main issue I foresee would be then we'd have Godric at the helm of the army and his son equally at the helm of the army. The balance we've been treading is the fact that it is an army of two emperors. Equals, hand in hand. I fear we run into the same issue of misrepresentation. But perhaps if both myself and Godric step aside, that could work.
She'll look towards Zeolis. Do you have someone for the other side?
I have a few names.
Question. How old is Eladris, Solana's son?
He was the baby.
Oh, he's baby?
He was the that was the whole crux of that situation. Solana the Black is currently kind of the heir, but the new baby is throwing that kind of out of whack. Because if he get it's like they're old enough to oh, do you mean Solana's son? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, he's a baby. He's the crown prince of thing. And it's the whole problem was Eladris is it's not baby, he's 6 or 7, but
too young for a battle.
Yeah, and Endro and Selena are trying actively, and there's a case that's where the tension in that family come from, because they've only had daughters. Yes.
Yeah, 3 daughters.
Yeah.
What about Luthias, Soliana's widower?
You've met him. He was very in the camp of Solana. So you could go essentially down that line, if that makes sense.
That's basically looking at the different options there. Basically, because I do think, if it's an army made up of 2 countries, having the heir to one country leading the army of the other is just really a non-starter, I think.
It's just one of those things of, it doesn't need to necessarily be an overall leader that you're finding. It's just a voice that they'll listen to, and that the army will believe in. That's not that he's just a puppet of the humans. Is kind of the idea. I think that's been floated.
We might need to talk to Shane about this. What about Gourd?
Maybe.
Gourd's not a military commander.
Yeah, that's very true. But
it's Anton. But
Anton could be a good bet. It's a solid idea from you guys.
Anton, initially I thought was a good idea, but it comes into the same issue of still a subject of the Rien at the end of the day.
Okay.
It's not an issue that we need to say right here, right now. It would be helpful if we had an answer right away, but we have time. You have time to get yourselves in order while we do. We'll, of course, take your suggestions and weight them dearly, but, you know.
Who knows? Maybe we'll convince Aureus that he should come over here and help out.
Give him something to do.
Imagine, just look at him like, Aureus? Who? Who's Aureus? What?
The only person that has a recollection there is,
It's actually not a bad idea. I mean, his powers are diminished because he's tied to...
You see Eolas go... like...
Yeah, wait, he's older than I am. Wait.
It's just
No,
like,
that's actually not a bad idea.
He's here? Like...
Well, think about it. He doesn't have much to do because the chalice. We're going to go get the chalice from him. We can ask him to come. It's not like he's got anything else better to do.
He's the one that's currently granting me my powers.
He doesn't have a whole lot of power to him.
Considering what we know of his situation, though, he may not be willing to come. But that's on us to try and convince him if that is the decision that we want to try and entertain.
Or at the very least, ask. I know that if I was upset about what had happened, I'd want to get something going, give purpose back.
Attacking Dragon Isle within a dragon of our own seems pretty decent.
Speaking of dragons, the contingent from Solarum that are readying, they should be set to join us soon. We are planning on teleporting contingents over and carrying them ourselves, but any ships from that region have either set off already and will be here in the next month or so, or elsewhere. We're actually weighing up the idea of having certain forces from over in the west reinforce a lot of the eastern cities. Whilst we have the levies raised and troops away from home, have supplementation from the Caliphate or from Actria. We should also be being joined by a contingent of allied dragons for the main assault, of course.
It's great news.
I suppose that saves us having to meet with the Atrian councils and try and convince them to lend more aid.
No, the summit made it very clear on all parts. Despite the tragedy it was, this ceasefire is global.
Have the dwarves put aside their civil war to combat this as well?
No.
Sure, if there's any group right now that may not even be aware, it'd be the one that can't see the sky.
For them it has an overworlder problem. They are still trading with the parties nearby, though. Korzak has marshaled its troops for the first time. The nation has never had a unified army, but it is working to put together a fleet to join us. Atria has sent advisors to most of the courts. There is a dragon at every city. An allied one.
It might still be worth speaking with the dwarves. If this drought of mineral and gems is affecting everywhere, it might be easier to convince them of how much this will affect them more so than we think. If we have a month at the very least to get around and try and speak with them, then we have the time to make those pleas.
Yes. The things we are waiting on, mostly. We'll go more into detail in the meeting of what's to remain logistically. But everyone is aligned. It's just, is our schedule the one in the lead, or is our enemies? we will, of course, need to fully discuss the attack plan at some point. Maybe not right now. Maybe when we have a better idea of what sort of punch we can throw, what sword we can swing.
What kind of scouting has occurred of Dragon Isle? Do we know where their forces are congregating on? I mean, the island is relatively large.
It's massive. We've been relying heavily on the Atrans for that. Their ability to fly themselves as singular entities has become very useful. Plus, they have ancestral documentation of the island. It is an old roost of various draconic forces. There's a central mountain range. Within the heart of it, a large volcanic pool. It is there that Zedaar is made his main haunt.
And here we thought he hadn't come through yet.
No, you knew Zedaar was through.
We
Well,
saw
last
him.
you mentioned he was in the sky.
He's
When
he's the void dragon, the dragon that you saw initially come out of the portal in the
Okay.
the river.
Yes, because I remember that mentioning. But when we saw the dragon that was in the sky that was not coming through, you mentioned that was the same dragon.
You saw, yes, you saw a shadow like that. It's so to re-describe what you saw in like the sky above, you mean above Nardathel?
Yes.
You
Because you mentioned that there were.
you saw a shadow like shaped like wings within it, a portal. You didn't actually see a full visage of the dragon. Apologies there. That's a bad miscommunication on my end. Zedaar has been on the plane, and always it's essentially is just slowly growing stronger. Has been the thing. But their armies seem to gather around the main mountain range. The reports are saying it could be dragons within the thousands. Various ages.
That's what do you call a group of dragons in Apocalypse?
A horde.
The nomenclature is actually called a thunder.
So horde it is.
Or a flight. Listen.
These are the same people that will tell you that a collective of cats is called a clouder.
And a group of unicorns is a blessing. But anyway.
I mean, at least that one makes sense.
A clouder of kittens.
Definitely should be heard.
Yes.
You can't herd kittens.
No, it's a gang of cats, isn't it?
It's a clouder. The clouder is the actual term.
Oh wow. Anyway,
coming from the old word clotter, to cuddle together.
Oh. That's fair.
So yes, but we have our plans now. Obviously, the entirety of the forces must be taken into account, and hopefully by the time they muster here, the enemy has not moved to a point where we are not on the back foot trying to catch up. The Earless must be secluded, and the current term we believe is that Ration is the best place for him.
Joanna pipes up. Oh yes, you can have my room. I mean, my room is very heavily warded.
To be fair, if any room in that castle is more secure, I would doubt it's the most secure place in the entire city.
Nobody outside of my father and a few people know exactly where that is. Plus, I have a lot of really good books, and quite a few of them are in Elven.
Your Majesty, feel grounded. Go to your room. I want that written into the Chronicles of Anthology. 10,000 years from now, I want somebody to know that I sent the king to his room. But give him his supper. We're not that mean. Speaking of.
Yes, we'll eat at the meeting. Is there anything else you want to discuss before we
Off the top of my head, I don't think there is. Not unless you have any specialists, or any of your companies might have any specialists in seafaring ways that might be able to hoist something large out of the ocean where the second summit took place. We need to retrieve the soul chain.
From what I've heard, from what's going on, the work has been difficult. It is happening. In fact, Lagrong's Land are probably some of the better people at that. We did send some specialists down. A lot of our shipwrights, however, are, as you know, making an armada.
Otherwise occupied, yes.
I will say some of the building techniques taken from Eolas's people has been very impressive. We've been able to design together. We've been able to design a set of ships that will be very useful. We call them menageries.
Question. Merfolk are relatively fey. Are they any element of them in the Eladrin Empire?
There are water elves that you know of. Merfolk tend to be very
nomadic loners.
I think that's a good way to put it. There's also water orcs.
As a reference, to my knowledge, merfolk are actually not fey.
Yeah.
Merfolk,
but also the Eladrin Empire.
Merfolk are their own thing.
Yeah, the Eladrin Empire as well. Also, isn't just fey.
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
But no, they tend
to.
Fact,
the vast majority of the reason you can tell a vast majority of creature is a fey, 20 years. All fey almost universally have pointy ears. Merfolk do not have pointy ears. Nope. They have dorsal fins. Anyway, sorry. That was just me entertaining my own little inner nerd there.
Yep.
Would it be possible, ALS, if a contingent of sea elves were sent to the second summit and they could, even if the wretched corpse is left down there, if the soul chain is retrieved from it singularly?
We'll see. The issue hasn't, from what I've heard, been, and also as a reminder you have heard, it's not necessarily getting down there to it. It's been raising it. As in, the chain itself has been working against.
The other concern being, obviously, not all of the seals might be useful in the final battle. Obviously, I don't believe we're going to be using the Death Shroud.
I just put it on a long stick and then just wave it and waft it over the enemies.
It's the flag it's the banner we wave in combat. But surprise, it's not a banner, it's just a really long whacking stick. Yes. And a 10d12 necrotic damage to anybody we hit with it. No.
Free power word kill in melee.
Several places to go. We'll see what we can manage. Does anyone know the current situation as well of the Vestilian theocracy?
I bet it's gone.
It's they gave up the capital. They've now moved to the hero's birthplace as a singular city. An army of the Azdakians moved into the remains of the city of the capital and of Ilithilia, and they secured it once the orders moved out.
Fuck.
They were attacked again.
If they moved out, they would have brought the relics with them, the seals.
It means we have more than one place to look for that one.
What was the result of this attack?
Well, as far as we know, from the reports we got from our diplomatic channels with the Azdakians, a large crater was created in the ground. Whoever it attacked was searching for something underground.
We knew they were underground somewhere. In the catacombs.
May I ask what it is you think some of the seals were there?
The scales.
We knew it.
We
The
knew it.
scales.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find out what happened to the scales.
I think our first visit should be to Aureus.
Once we're done
Furthest
here,
away.
that is our next step.
Yeah.
Bring Eladrin to Reshin first, I think.
He can get there on his own.
Joanna, do you intend to also come back, or you're going to stay here and also marshal with the forces?
She has to be here. Ruby will say very intently.
I am our main representative here. I will be remaining. It is better that Father is not away from his work as well. Looking at all of you, like, considering the work he is doing.
That and the prophecy says she has to be leading. Joanna, that may solve the problem. And Ruby will move this cat out of the way.
Yeah, Godric just sorry, they get everywhere. Renowned Godric the 16th, is he, or 14th? Renowned cat lover now. Yeah, Godric the 16th. Renowned cat lover. He's got like 4 like cats in this room, then you just every now keep getting in the way.
Ruby will pull out the prophecy of Saint Agnes, and I'm trying to find the exact phrase. The end has but one carrying call. The end will begin with the actions of one mortal girl. We already know that. They will react and arm champions to fix the righting wrongs. The status quo will fall masked by the marching of ancient foes. She has to be the leader.
You believe Joanna, the girl from the province of St. Agnes?
Not only do I believe it, I know it for a fact. That is how strong my belief is. Everything in this book, this prophecy, has happened. Everything. It may not have happened at the same time or the time I thought it was going to happen, but it has happened. And there is but one shadow that has not fallen. And so long as his crown remains unbroken, hopefully we can avert it.
Godric kind of...
But what of the child? What of their fate? What of the song with death debates? What of the end left obfuscate? In this child lies one final hope, one dream come true, one final score. In their power lies a chance to fix the mirror and seal away what could be and what will be. If fate would sway, in divine resonance of they, a power to seal and keep at bay. In a name for...
Fix the mirror?
I'm not done. Sorry.
That's significant.
I know. In a name forgot more greater than kings, the seal could unknot the end of things. To plain and mirrored hall, where they died to shape it all. Born they were to begin the end, ascend they will to close on Genesis.
That's talking about the world between worlds.
Yes.
Each of those mirrors represented a different reality.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna need a moment, and excuse my Nardathelian, but fucking hell. It's
First off, it's not fucking. It's meditative. Anyway,
okay.
we are in biblical end times, Godric. I'm sorry.
Did I leave the gem
I'm
with
getting a pressure headache.
the dude?
Which gem are you talking about?
The cellite, the dark purple cellite.
I stole the glass from the world between worlds.
I don't know. I would say you'd have it. I'd say you'd have it.
I had it.
Yeah, because he was interested in it, but I don't think he took it from you. He didn't ask for anything specific. In fact, I think you wanted to give it to Joanna.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it out and say the mirror and the glass that has been spoken
Valymr,
about.
You take out the cellite, the deep black cellite. It's glowing.
It didn't do this before, but this is from the place between worlds. This is a part of the mirror, the glass. And Joanna, I think a part of this is like the part of you, and I am
Godric,
way out of my depth right now. Godric, I feel like you do.
He takes the helmet off, starts rubbing his face, and he's just like, I'm gonna have to speak Nardathelian again, but I don't fucking believe it. Are you telling me? Not that there's anything wrong with it, but the entire fate of everything I believe in, everything I know, is about to be fallen to a girl and someone who is a young girl, and the person that was my archenemy not 1 year ago. And I now have to say, hey everybody, end of the world's here, but I've got a plan to fix it. It's we send our archenemy into hiding, and you get led by a teenager. Now, we're gonna have to come up with a better way of saying it, but
Joanna, how much do they know about you?
As in the people around right now.
As in these two.
Yeah.
Some. And you just see the Godric is just like sat back on a comfy armchair now.
But wait, there's more.
And he's just
right,
like,
I'm gonna need you all to live with us for a second, and just assume what we're telling you is true.
Oh no, this is the problem. I'm believing everything you're fucking saying.
Well, then this is really gonna blow your mind.
Somebody had to eventually.
Not only is she the go from prophecy, she's the one who's going to fix everything, theoretically. No pressure. There's more in the book about the world between worlds, the mirrored realm. I didn't know what it meant until I got there. That's why I was trying to go see the boss.
And I lost the book of St. Agnes, so I haven't been able to consult it for like 4 months.
He begins to just like, you see him grab, because he carries the oldest copy of.
Would you like my translation?
No, he's like, I don't need your translation.
Okay.
But he can read Old Albion.
Okay.
That's why he gave you the book to read it yourself. It was just like,
yeah.
I know the scripture, and I know how much you're making sense.
That's why I was so angry when you broke the crown. Because it was written right here. And I begged you not to, and you did it anyway.
I think the fact that it was written right there means
it was always going to happen, one way or another.
And that, well, yeah.
What color is this gem glowing?
So it's like radiating purple, black, dark. You know, like when you do the darkness spell? Kind of that. Like, it feels almost like the arms of Hadar could come out of this slightly.
Does it feel like it's like being drawn to Joanna? Or
It is
just emanating in
It is reactive around her in the same way that the Warforged are.
Are the Warforged in this room with us?
No, there's no Warforged in here, but you've seen Warforged in the... You remember also there was the night where you flew over Legrong's land and all of the Warforged saluted her by emanating a giant glowing light. Is there one thing that they get to do it once a year? It's like a big celebration.
It was a holiday, yeah. I remember you mentioning that.
And it's like a symbol of their freedom and their existence. Similar to the light they give off when that. Or there was also, you noticed that when you guys, at least Ruby and Valymr will remember, because I don't think Breton was there, but you'll remember this just as Zedaar at the point. When you first returned Joanna to the kingdom, when she first met a Warforged, when she first met Braun reacted differently to her.
It was instinctual.
It's like the prime directive, essentially.
Joanna, can you see if there is a soul within this gem?
I don't know where you got this, but...
The mirror dimension, the world between worlds. Believe me, my journal is going to be a wild ride when you read it.
All this broken glass that we found in the world between worlds, I instinctually I had no choice, but I pocketed a piece of it, and when I came back out the other side, it was this.
She takes it. She doesn't hold it. You notice she takes it, but it levitates between her hands.
Prophecy ends with a glimmer of hope, saying the child possessed the power to reverse the unraveling by restoring the broken mirror and resealing the cosmic forces.
So it seems
Do you
like
think
she can...
that Joanna's the one who can put the seals back together? And
Valymr,
hopefully not the one that she is.
Valymr,
Yes?
do you remember what you were looking at when you said this was a mirror?
This was the mirror. Yeah, this was the mirror that the queen had been pushed through. This was the mirror that I went through.
Yes, there is there is more than it is.
Oh, don't tell me there's an entire world in there.
There's something through there.
I'm getting some Men in Black vibes right now.
Something what?
I'm seeing like a reflection. I see Breton and a queen and possibilities. I see a mirror. Fractured, a glance, but a mirror. Not a soul. A doorway to souls.
So there is a version of Breton and a version of the Queen inside the gem.
No, that's the mirror that we went through when we went to the other dimension. Because we were in a different version of Elendor, very briefly in the world between worlds. And she is seeing that other side. Almost like the Cellite itself is not... I don't know if it's... maybe the souls aren't themselves inside of it, but are doorways to other worlds and other people. Like every fragment of Cellite is a mirror to another place or another person. And the more powerful it is, the deeper that connection or the more that reflection shines through. And this is a reflection of that place that we were in.
Cellite is a vessel. When we find Cellite, it's empty. It has to be infused, life brought to it. What is within this Cellite is
have a way to find out, I think.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, it's a soul, right?
No, this is different from when, say, a warforged soul is... a crystal seal soul is brought forward. This is... a vision of what could be. A possibility.
Does the mirror look broken to you, Joanna? Or fractured?
I don't see a mirror here.
Valmyr's 11 int is just not keeping up. This is like a 14, 15 int plus conversation at this point.
I will not exclude myself from this conversation, damn it. I also think she just referred to it as like a fragmented mirror.
The mirror in the mist shattered cleft twain. It also symbolizes the divide between mortal understanding and the divine truths. That when the seals weaken, the mirror cracks. And that she is destined to put it back together. I assume that means that Joanna has the capacity of restoring the seals somehow.
Mm-hmm. She recognizes Aeolus, having never met him before. The Life Stone.
Mm-hmm. I was
Actually, sorry, I should have said that.
Conversation in
we don't want to say that in front of them in case she doesn't want to reveal that.
Yeah,
it's the potential. I guess it's out of character. The idea that what if the Life Stone is like a part of the king that never was, that was left behind, and that because it is used to make her, that she is connected to that.
I think all of the seals were a part of him and his power. So if the Life Stone that is in Joanna is the king that never was is life, so she is like the reincarnation of him.
The mirror
of him, at least.
The mirrored worlds could refer to parallel planes or realities, what we see and what could exist. The prophecy hints that the shattering of this mirror causes the mirrored worlds to collapse, leading to the merging of realities and the inevitable downfall of both.
Yeah. Clearly we have more to digest, but we also have a slight time to keep to. So, plan as it is. Aeolus, we need to get you to Lake Constance, specifically into Ration, into the protection of the Iron Duke. There are a few things we need to take care of here. Obviously, it seems that some people are hungry. We should probably take a moment to rest ourselves. We've been rushing. I would like to speak with the Paladin Orders to reassure the position in the thing. I think I could do that quite well. Also, we are in Seat. I do not know what the situation is here, but if you wanted to look into another Zorps, last I heard, I believe this was another location of one.
You mean the Magic Emporium?
Yes. It didn't disappear, did it?
How did you know?
So we'll look when we get to Atria.
What is it you're looking for?
Anything.
I see.
You never know what you're going to find that is going to just stick out like this may be the thing that helps save the world. I do want to point out that one of the things you also said in the prophecy that rings true, fate will arm the warriors.
Your younger son mentioned that some of the texts that I was not able to get my hands on before are now available to me. I would like to go down there and read those to see if I might glimmer some more truth about this mirror.
Oh, Osborne. Yes. You can. If he's managed to get you in, the church might have some info.
And she'll reach into her satchel and hand Breton her money.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably going to take me a great amount of time. If you see something.
moment.
That's 470 platinum.
If the Zorps here is closed.
If you could find something here, if not, we'll see when we get to Atria.
So, as just a mechanical note, the Cellite in Joanna's hand can actively give you also a boon. It has the opportunity, if you take 10 minutes to focus on the Cellite. It has the ability to give you a fragment of possibility that lasts for 8 hours.
Nice.
Is that like a luck point or something?
When a creature with a fragment of possibility makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, it can choose to expend one of the fragment to roll an additional d20 and choose which of the d20s to use. So it's basically you get to roll twice, essentially give yourself advantage, but it's a choice. Alternatively, when an attack roll is made against the creature, you can expend the fragment and roll a d20 and choose which of the d20s to use for the attacker.
It's a point of luck.
Yeah.
Is it possible for multiple people to have these fragments at the same time?
Yep.
It's a Luxon beacon. Basically. Nice.
Basically. Without the critical.
I was trying so hard not to mention that because I'm like, I knew exactly when you. I'm like, I know exactly what this is, but I don't want to be the one to say that. Oh, that's what that is.
No, it's definitely not one of these at all. No, not.
Totally original concept.
Yep.
Do not steal.
Absolutely, no, totally. No, thank you again to
Anyway,
go to Walmart. You can
cover.
pick that.
God damn. Sorry.
It's the.
Well, Ruby's going to be perusing through the ancient artifacts and the ancient scrolls. I'm going to be meeting with the paladins and looking around town for what might be left. What are you going to do, Valymr?
Sit in a chair and think about everything that's been said and try and wrap my head around. No, I'd
actually like Joanna to come with me.
Sure, I can do that.
She is involved in this inexplicably one way or the other.
Welcome to your destiny. Please do not resist.
Well, if we're wanting to split in 3 different directions, you want to go see the paladins. I could do the shopping while you do that.
I don't think the paladins are going to take the entire time she's down there.
Fair.
I don't know how many nightly orders are here, but Breton has to cover a 1-mile stretch, and he has soul for real. He can fly, so presumably it'll be pretty quick for him to just.
Would you like me to get Eolas to my father's?
I have a question about that before we make that call.
We also need to return there too, so just jumping in back would not help.
So, the Astral Pariahs, is there anything to stop them from getting to you if you're in this place? The warding that is around Veshin is designed to stop dragons. But the Astral Pariahs know where the seals are at any given time.
That was already discussed. If they want to get to him, they're going to get to him. The goal is to prevent the dragons and the cultists and everything else from getting to him.
Yeah.
So
I got that.
There is one more place we could put him.
The cube?
My other bedroom.
Sorry, Breton wouldn't know about that.
My other
The
bedroom.
obelisk, is that still in Red?
in Redberry.
I don't know if it's safe to bring Ruby back to Retbury. She has threatened to burn it down on several occasions.
Godric
She's also
goes
been back to Retbury.
Godric goes. It's not in Retbury.
Where is it now?
You all have it here, don't you?
Look, when I heard about that, there was some gangs and on an island under my purview and possibility of a great weapon. No, it's not fucking in Replay.
Regardless,
Mind you,
I don't think he
Bartholomew.
needs to be alone. I think he needs to be where the best of the best are at any given time.
True.
Unless the Astral Pariahs are actually committed to balance, she'll say in quotes, and they're not going to mess with him at all, in which case the entire point of moving him is irrelevant. But I think I think secluding him in a place that not a lot of people can reach is actually a bad idea.
It is my other concern. I worry that maybe now that things have been balanced, maybe the Astral Pariahs aren't the ones we need to worry about. It's just the rest of it.
Well,
because whilst they have been balancing the scales, evening the playing field, they haven't ended it all. And they clearly could. So unless something else happens to make them, the order is given, the natural fate of the universe is decreeing that it needs to happen, maybe it is just the forces here now. Maybe that's the point.
Valymr is going to look up and say, hey, Astral Pariahs, if you're so caring about balance, go kill about 900 dragons. I feel like 1,000 is kind of unbalanced right now.
No. They add one more dragon.
Do you think that highly of us that we can take on 1,000 dragons? That's the point I'm making!
Okay. Well, with that in mind, players, please work out what you would like to do next session, because we are at time, and all I've got left to do today is to thank those who have been here. Thank you to Lord Lambert, to DM Lake, and Bethany Rose. We are the Elendor Chronicles crew, Monday crew. We'll be back. The component cast will be back tomorrow with more of the Urban Jungle campaign that's ongoing. It's a brain ache of a murder mystery, so come join for that if you like puzzles and trying to work out who the bad guys are, because certainly we need the help.
Yeah, if you're not into what we've been getting to today, come see it again tomorrow.
Other than that, we will be back next time with more of this, and until then, we'll see you soon. Bye bye now.
Toodaloo.